Hi guys, I think I'm live now. If you can see me, if you can hear me, please do let me know that everything is good in the chat so that we can just start the session without wasting any time. I think everything is good. Good afternoon, Nitin Chanakya Gunam, Devashish, Devesh, Sonima Dwivedi, Divyansh, Umang Srivastava. Good afternoon to every one of you. Yeah, I think everything is good. So let us start off the session without wasting any time because I want to solve a lot of questions. The plan for today is very simple. I want to focus on all the arithmetic and I want to focus on solving, which is what I always believe is the best way to use the last couple of months. And whenever I feel that there's a question where I need to teach any concept, I'll briefly touch upon the concept that is needed, or if any formula is there, I'll touch upon the formula that is there. And after that, we'll just continue to solve. I want to do this for around 4 hours, which I think is a good time to cover most of the arithmetic syllabus. So as usual, let us set a target for ourselves. Let us set a target of likes. Let us have 325 likes before the stream ends. So please do like the stream. In the next 4 hours, I'm targeting 325 likes. So that will be great if you can reach it. If everything is good, we'll start the session. Just let me look at the chat. I'm assuming everything is good and then we can start the session. Yeah, I think everything is good. All clear and visible. Okay, cool, man. So let's start the session. Okay. Before I start the session, I just again wanted to remind you of Cracku Quant Rush. We have launched this feature recently. It is really loved by people. Every day we are getting hundreds of quant rushes being taken every single day. I think the highest was around 700 quant rushes in a single day. This is only for students who are enrolled to Cracku. I think if you are enrolled to the Cracku study room, you will get this or complete Cracku. So definitely do check it out. I think this is a very good way in which you can practice quant questions quite a lot. In the upcoming days, we are going to launch a verbal rush similar to quant rush, and we hope that this will be very useful. Like I mentioned many times, in the last couple of months, you have to solve a lot of questions. This I think is a good way in which you can actually solve a lot of questions, and you also have more time. The time that is given in Quant Rush is slightly more than the time that is given in daily targets or in the study room. So I think this will be a good feature for you to solve a lot of questions. With that out of the way, let us start with the first question for today. This is the first question, slightly lengthy question, but not too lengthy. I hope this will be solved by most of you. Thea and Shasing sir, does the live go for 4 hours? That is the plan, man. I want to teach in the middle. Sally also will teach some of the questions, and I'll take a break. But I'm looking to for the stream to go on for around 4 hours. That's the plan. If a lot of people are there and if you are hitting our target likes, then we'll continue for around 4 hours. Vishal is saying, sir, what will the pattern of revision be? Chapter wise? Yes, chapter wise. We'll start off with ratio and proportion and averages. After that, we'll be looking at time and work. Then Sally will teach time and speed. And after that, we will be having, I think, maybe profit and loss. And finally, we'll be having some questions in averages and mixture. So we'll try to cover all the syllabus for arithmetic in these 4 hours. That's the plan. Nice t-shirt. Thanks, man. This basically we sent to all the students of Cracku who have scored above, I think, 95% also. We have a cutoff. So anybody who is doing well in CAT and who are enrolled to Cracku, we want to send this t-shirt, which is like earlier we have the Cracku like 75% loading, and after CAT is done and if people do well, we mail them this t-shirt, which is Build the CAT. Yes, Devesh, you are correct. The correct answer you have mentioned. If you can give me the exact decimal also, that will be great. Karthika Mishra is saying my scores are around 80 to 85 today. Any tips to push it above 100? Basically, you have to look at it as getting 5 more marks in each of the 3 sections. For that, I would say in quant, you'll need to get 2 questions more correct. In LRDI, maybe you'll have to focus on your accuracy and maybe increase your speed. In RCs, you have to figure out which one of the 2 it is easier for you to improve. Is it verbal or RC? In one of the 2, you will have to try to get 2 questions more. Basically, in quant and LRDI, the only trick is to solve more and more. That has to be the case. In quant, again, you have to identify what are the things that you're lacking in. Sometimes people make the mistake of not solving even easier questions from topics that they don't know. For example, if they're not good at say number systems and an easy question comes from number systems, they'll leave that question. That should not happen. So one easy trick which many people miss out is finishing all the portion such that if an easy question comes from any of the topics, you should be able to answer it. If a medium level question comes or a difficult question comes from topics you're not comfortable with, that is okay. But if an easy question comes, even in the topics you're not comfortable with, you should be able to get it correct. So that is one trick I would advise you to do in quant. You also have to figure out and introspect as to in verbal and LRDA, what is it that you can do to get one or two questions more correct. Yeah, many people got the answer correct. Let me solve this. So basically here we are told that this is a restaurant chain and it conducts a survey in which it asks people whether they plan to come back or not, and 76% say that they would come back. So if you're looking at it, will come back is answered by 76% and won't come back is answered by 24%. Amongst the 76%, we have three different rates: excellent, good and fair. So there are some people who will say excellent, there are some people who will say good, and there are some people who will say fair. Amongst the 76%, excellent is told by 57%, good is told by 36%, and the rest is fair. So the rest is, what is 57 plus 36? It is 93. 100 minus 93 is 7%. So fair is told by 7%. The same for won't come back is given as 14, 32 and 54. So this is 14%, this is 32% and this is 54%. So if overall you are looking for the percentage of people who rate this restaurant as good, that is we are looking at this particular percentage. It will be 36% into 76% plus 32% into 24%. So if you're looking at it, this is 0.76 into 0.36 plus 0.24 into 0.32. You can either use the calculator for solving this, or sometimes I use a easy trick. The easy trick is here we have 36 and here we have 32. So you can write this 36 as 0.32 plus 0.04. The reason for that is because then it becomes 0.76 into 0.32 plus 0.76 into 0.04 plus 0.24 into 0.32. Now if you add this and this, what are you going to get? You can take 0.32 common. It is 0.76 plus 0.24, which is equal to 1. So the sum of these two will be simply equal to 0.32. So the answer will be 0.32 plus 0.76 into 0.04. Now 76 into 4, 75 into 4 is 300. 76 into 4 is 304. So this is plus 0.304. This is 0.32. So this will equal 0.3504, or in percentage terms, this is 35.04%. So the answer for this question will be option B. Let me look at the chat and after that go to the next question if everything is clear. Okay, we have 140 people who are watching the stream live. Please do like the stream, guys. I think everything is good. I'll give a shout out to the people who actually got it correct. I'll ask my team to also post it from now on. Ayama Dashing, Sankalp Singh, Devesh Vijay, King Narayan, Anisha Agarwal, Lagan Mehta, Yash Darji, Sonima Dwivedi, Vedantika M, Sonia Saini. I think all of these guys have gotten it correct. Let us go to the next one. This question is a very interesting question. I like this question. This is from ZAT of 2025. Interesting question. Try to solve it. Kartikeya Mishra is saying, thank you, sir. Your LRDA playlist has helped me a lot in the preparation. Great to hear that, Kartikeya. Okay, we have 150 people who are watching the stream live, guys. We have 96 likes. I want to target 325 likes. So we need approximately 225 more likes. Please do like the stream. It will motivate us to continue these kind of sessions more regularly. Vaishnav is saying, is it okay if we only solve these questions to clear concepts? I think in the last couple of months, solving a lot of questions is very, very important. If you're solving questions and if you're finding any gaps in your concepts, then go and try to watch the concepts. That I think should be the case, especially for students who have been practicing or preparing for CAT for the last 6 months. Okay, Pranjal, Vikas Chaudhary and Madan Tamil. Unfortunately, the answer is not correct. Please try again. Sarup is saying, sir, is it a good time to revise the concepts from the beginning? I would say try to finish the concepts quickly and don't waste a lot of time. If you want to revise all the concepts on one particular day, I think that is fine. But you should do it quickly, or you should find any video or playlist or something where you can revise all the concepts quickly. I would say just watching concepts for a long time now is not the best return on investment. Okay, many people got it correct. Aditya Mulani, Devesh Vijay, Sanskar Richiya, Shweta, Sonima Dwivedi, all of these guys I think have gotten it correct. Let us try to solve this question. This, like I said, is an interesting question. Now, 8 employees in an organization have been rated on a scale from 1 to 50 for their performance. All of the ratings are integers. The overall average rating of the 8 employees is 30. So if you assume that the ratings, if you are ordering them in ascending order, and if you assume that the ratings are A, B, C, D, E, F, G and H, what is the sum of the 8 ratings? The sum will be 30 into 8, which is 240. This is the sum of the 8 ratings. Now while the 5 employees with the highest rating average 38. So this would imply that the sum of these are the 5 people with the highest ratings, their sum will be 38 into 5. What is 38 into 5? 38 into 5 is 190. So this sum is 190, the sum of those 5. This would imply that the sum of these 3 will be equal to 240 minus 190, which will be equal to 50. Because the overall sum is 240. We are also told that the 5 employees with the lowest average rating is 25. So the sum of these 5 will be equal to 25 into 5, which is equal to 125. This would imply that the sum of D and D, these two, because the sum over here is 125, the sum of the middle two will be 125 minus 50. 125 minus 50 is equal to 75. So this is equal to 75. And therefore the sum of these 3 will be 190 minus 75. What is 190 minus 75? It is 115. So if you're looking at the 5 people, the 8 people, which is A, B, C, D, E, F, G and H, the overall sum is 240. But here we know that the sum of the first 3 is 50. The sum of the next 2 is 75. And the sum of the last 3 is 115. This is what we know, this is what we can infer. Now, can you do anything about the age of these guys, each of the individual ones? We just know that they are integers. Can we figure out anything else from it? If you are looking at D and D, the sum of D and D is 75. And the reason I'm going to look at D and D is because there are only 2 of them. So maybe we can try to infer what D and D are. We know that E is greater than D, and the sum of E plus D is equal to 75. So what are the values that D and D can take? Just some rough values. If they are very close to each other, the sum of 2 numbers which are close to each other is 75. So they can be something like, say, 37 and 38. Or they can be 36 and 39. Or they can be 35 and 40. When they are very close to each other, it is 37 and 38. And in fact, you can therefore say that the value of E, which is the higher of the 2, is definitely greater than or equal to 38. This is something that you can say for sure. E cannot be less than 38. If E is less than 38, we know that D will be less than E. Say if E is 37, we know that D is less than E. So D also will be less than 37. And the sum of both of them will be around 74 or lesser. So because the sum is 75, we know that the value of E has to be at least equal to 38. That is one thing that I want you to remember. The second thing I want you to remember is, if you are looking at these 3 numbers, F, G and H, the sum of these 3 numbers is 115. If the sum of these 3 numbers is equal to 115, F is less than, G is less than or equal to H. This is something that we know. This is how they are in an ascending order. And again, like we know, this is F is greater than or equal to E, which is greater than or equal to D, all of this. But if you are just focusing on these last 3, F is less than or equal to G is less than or equal to H. And F plus G plus H is equal to 115. Therefore, the value of 3F, if you are adding F plus F plus F, will be less than or equal to 115. Because F is less than or equal to G and F is less than or equal to H. Or the value of F is less than or equal to 38.33, which is 115 divided by 3. Here we have E, which is greater than or equal to 38. Here we have F, which is less than or equal to 38.33. Both of them are integers, and we know that E is less than or equal to F. The only way this is going to work out is if E is equal to 38, F is equal to 38, and therefore D has to equal 37. Now if you are looking at the last 2, G plus H will be equal to 115 minus 38. This is equal to 77. Now we know that G plus H is equal to 77, and we know that G is greater than or equal to 38, and we know that G is less than or equal to H. So if you are trying to express 77 as a sum of 2 numbers similar to here, if both of them are very close, they will be 38 and 39, or they can be 37 and 40, or they can be 36 and 41, and so on. But we know that the number to the left of G, the value of F itself we know is equal to 38. So G cannot be 37 or 36 or 35 or any other number. The value of G therefore has to be 38. So this will be 38, and therefore H will be 39. We made so many inferences about D, E, F, G and H. Can we make any inference about A, B and C? We know that the sum of these 3 numbers is equal to 50. But other than that, and we also know that all of them are less than or equal to 37. That is known. But other than that, we can't make any other inference. For example, one value of A can be 1 and B can be 2. Now B cannot be 2 because the sum of A plus B plus C is 50. And we know that A is less than or equal to B is less than or equal to C is less than or equal to 37. But we can find multiple cases like that. We can have A to be 1, B to be 24, C to be 25. Just one example. Or another example is A is 1, B is say 20 and C is 29. Another just random example. We can have any case for this ABC. There are not a lot of constraints there. The constraints are there only in D, E, F, G and H. This is basically what we can infer from whatever question has been given to us. I know this sounds like a lengthy example, but I was interested in explaining it in detail because just on the basis of whatever information is given to us, we were able to find out the values of 5 of the 8 variables. Now if you're looking at the options that are given, we are asked to calculate which of the option is definitely false. So we are not looking for something which can be false. We have to confirm that that number, that option is definitely false. If you're looking at the first one, the second highest rating obtained is 38. That is actually true. The highest rating obtained is 39. The second highest rating is 38. This is true. This is not definitely false. So option A is true. Option B, the median of the 8 ratings is 37.5. What is median? If you have an odd number of numbers, the middle number is median. If you are arranging them in ascending or descending order. But here we have 8 numbers. If you have 8 numbers, the median will be the average of the 4th and the 5th one, the middle number. So here we have D and D as the middle numbers. The average of D and D will be the median, and the average of 37 and 38 is 37.5, which is actually what is given. So this also is true. We are looking for something which is definitely false. If you are looking at option C, the lowest rating obtained is 1. Now can we say anything about the lowest rating? We just know that the sum of these 3 is 50 and there are multiple possibilities for it. For example, A can be 10, B can be 20, C can be 20. Then in this particular case, option C can be false, but option C can be true also. Suppose I can make A to be 1, like I mentioned earlier, B to be 24 and C to be 25. This also is possible. So in this case, the lowest value is 1. So option C can be true or false. What we are looking for is not something which can be true or can be false. We are looking for something which is definitely false. So it won't be option C. If you're looking at option D, the highest rating obtained is 40. But what we know is that the highest rating obtained is 39. The highest rating obtained cannot be 40. We know that the highest rating obtained is 39. So option D is definitely false. So the correct answer for this question is option D. Just for the sake of continuation and completeness, let us look at option E. The third lowest rating obtained is 37. That is also possible. You are basically saying this is 1, this is 37, and this is, I think, 12. If you are having the 3 ratings as 1, 12, and 37, the third lowest rating obtained is 37. So this can be true, can be false. Same as option C. This is not definitely false. The only option which is definitely false is option D, and that will be the answer. Let me look at the chat again, and after that I'll go to the next question. Okay. Srishti Singh is saying, sir, I have just joined now. How many questions have we done? I think we have just solved 2 questions. We'll pick up pace from now on. The second question was interesting, so I spent a lot of time in explaining that. Let me look at all the guys who got it correct. Okay, Vishal Datta, the earlier question was right by Vishal Datta, Devesh Vijay, Sanskar Richia, Ayati Mulani, Shweta, Aditya Keval Ramani, Sonima Dwivedi, Vikas Chaudhary, Yash Darji, Harshita Paliwal, Kannan, Swaroop, Ayama, Seshu Kuruganti, Sonia and Krish Patel. Very good, man. Pranjal Ranjan is saying Zat makes very interesting questions. I do agree with that. In my opinion, I actually find the quant of Zat to be tougher than the quant of cat. Umang Srivastava is saying, sir, the question says it's all distinct integers, so it shouldn't be less than or equal to. Interestingly, it doesn't say distinct integers. It just says integers, because when I was solving it, I looked at it again, because otherwise we'll get a contradiction. They can't be distinct integers. So when I looked at it again, I realized that, okay, it doesn't say distinct anywhere. It only says they are integers. Okay, guys, we got 140 likes. Our target is 325 likes. So we need 185 more likes. Please do like the stream. If you have just joined, please do like it so that more people will join us the next time we do it. Divyansh Moore is saying, sir, I'm not able to solve tough questions in quants. What should I do to improve it? Basically, you have to solve a lot of questions to be able to answer tough questions also. But again, in quant, the aim should not be that I want to solve tough questions also. If you solve tough questions also, that's great. But if you just solve the easy questions from all topics, that itself, easy and medium questions, if you're able to solve, you'll definitely get 99 percentile in quant, for sure. You don't need to solve the hard questions to get a very high score. And I think the return on investment will not be sufficient for it. So I would actually say, ensure that in any topic, if an easy question comes, you should be able to get it correct. That should be your goal to maximize the score in this last couple of months. Okay. In a reputed college, engineering college in India, the total expenses of a trimester are partly fixed and partly varying linearly based on the number of students. So total expenses will be of the form fixed plus variable into number of students. This is basically what is told to us. We are told that the total expenses, some of it is fixed and some of it is variable, and it is varying linearly with the number of students. So expenses will be of the form F plus some constant K, or we can make it as variable V, into the number of students. This is the total expenses. We are given some information. We are told that the average expense per student is 400 when there are 20 students. If the average expense is 400 when there are 20 students, what is the total expense? The total expense will be 400 into 20, which is 8,000. So 8,000 is equal to the fixed amount plus variable into 20. Similarly, it is 300 when there are 40 students. When the average expense is 300 when there are 40 students, what is the total expense? The total expense will be 300 into 40, which is 12,000. So this is 12,000 is equal to F plus variable into 40. These are basically the two equations we have. We have to calculate the value of F and V, and we can do that. If you just subtract the first equation from the second equation, you are going to get 4,000. This is equal to 20V, or the value of V is equal to 200. Now the value of V is equal to 200. What is the value of F? The value of F will be equal to 4,000. So basically the equation for the expense is 4,000 plus 20V. Now suppose there are 80 students. What is the total expense? The total expense when there are 80 students will be 4,000 plus 20 into 80. Sorry, this will be 200. So this will be 200V. 200N. So this is 200 into 80. So the total expense will be 4,000 plus 16,000, which is equal to 20,000. This is the total expense, and the number of students is 80. So the average expense will be 20,000 divided by 80, which is equal to 250. So the answer for this question is option A, Let me give a shout out to all the people who got this correct, and then we'll go to the next question. The students who got this correct, okay, a lot of people got it correct, very good. Let me give a quick shout out. Lakshya Jain, Vishal Datta, Sonima Dwivedi, Vikas Chaudhary, Aditi Mulani, Devesh Vijay, Yash Darji, Aryan Sharma, Kanan, Sonia Saini. There is one guy, Coderado. Guy, please do change your name, and I want to give only shout outs to actual names, not nicknames. Kashish Advani, Nitin Chanakyagunam, Vaishnavi, Kishore Kumar, Atreya Dasgupta, Vanshika Bhateja, Atul, Yash, Anmol, Lagan Mehta, Ayushman, Yash, Shreyas, Tejaswini, Anamika and Pihu Agarwal. I might have missed out some, but I have definitely given shout out to all the people who got it correct at the start. So if you want a shout out, please try to be in the top 10 people who are answering it correct first. I'll definitely give a shout out then. This is the next question, not a difficult one. I actually want most of you to get it correct. Pranjal Ranjan, please like everyone. We need 300 likes. Yeah, man, please do that. We have close to 150 people are watching the stream live. We have 157 likes, so we need 325 likes is the target. So we need how many more? 157, 165, 168, I think. 168 more likes needed. We are close to halfway mark. Please do like it, guys. Hi Shruti, how are you? Shivani Muthi saying, sir, I'm able to answer the questions of mock while trying them without timer. But during mock, I panic and answer only 2-3 questions. What to do, sir? Basically, I would say one of the ways is you have to trick yourself. Okay, these are things that I do to manage my stress better, manage my anxiety better. So I kind of tell myself that this mock is not important, or this test is not important, or maybe set low expectations during a mock. Just tell yourself that, say if I get 5 questions correct, that's good. Just tell yourself that, okay? And once you get 5 questions and once you are habituated to get at least 5 questions, then you can tell yourself, okay, you know what, I can try to get 6 questions. If I get 6 questions, that's a successful mock. So try to ensure that you don't set very high targets during the mock to reduce anxiety and panic. This is something that I definitely do in LRDA. I tell myself that if I get 2 sets correct, that's a successful sectional. And so once I get 1 set correct or 2 sets correct, when my panic or nervousness is lesser, I tend to do better. Divij Joshi is saying, can you see the options also and do it as average had to reduce and 250 is only less than 300? Very smart, Divij. That kind of approach is definitely appreciated, because in CAT it is not about solving it methodically. If you are able to solve it accurately with lesser time using these kind of logics, that is well done, which is what even I would do. I didn't look at the options, but if I had seen the options and tried to solve from the options also, you can solve it like you have done. Thank you, Shruti. Thanks a lot for your kind words. Okay, let us try to solve this question, guys. In an examination, 480 students, 85% of the girls and 70% of the boys passed. How many boys appeared in an examination if the total pass percentage is 75%? To solve this question, I would definitely use allegations. Allegations is an approach in which we can calculate the ratio of 2 particular quantities when they are mixed very quickly. Suppose you are given 2 quantities, like in this particular case. We have girls, and amongst the girls, 85% passed, and amongst the boys, 70% passed. When you are mixing both of them, the overall pass percentage is given. This is 75%. So the way you would use allegations is, and you use this allegations method in ratio and proportion to get the ratio in which they are mixed very quickly. So if you use that, you can quickly get the ratio in which girls are there, the number of girls to the number of boys. How do you do it? You basically calculate 85 minus 75. What is 85 minus 75? It is 10. So write 10 over here alternate it. You subtracted the average amongst girls from the overall average, whatever you're getting, you attribute it to boys. Then from 75, you subtract 70. How much are you going to get? You're going to get 5. Again, interchange it, give it to girls. So basically, the ratio of the number of girls to the ratio of the number of boys is 5:10, which is, when simplified, equal to 1:2. So now we are asked to calculate the number of boys who appeared in the examination. This is a pretty easy question. So therefore, the number of boys will be 2 divided by 1 plus 2, which is 3, into the total number of students, which is 480. This is 160. This will equal 320. So the answer for this question is option C. This is a pretty easy question. Level of difficulty will be 1 for this question. So I'm alternating between easy questions and difficult questions. Again, like I mentioned earlier, let me give a shout out to all the students who got this correct. At least the first 10 students, if a lot of people got it correct. Ayati Mulani, Devesh Vijay, Atul, Pihu Agarwal, Maulik, Yesh, Vishal Datta, Swaroop, Ayushman, Vikas Sodre, Saad Deshmukh, Umang Srivastav, Danish, Sonia Saini, Shivam Pandey, Harsh, Kishore Kumar, nice, nice name, Ayati Bharatwaj and Vedantika. Okay guys, let us go to the next one. Okay guys, I think we have a final sale, which is the CAT final sprint sale. This we are giving a lot of discount because the number of days left for CAT is just like hardly 50 days. I think the sale ends today. I think there are around 9 hours left. I would really recommend you to definitely do check it out. There are very interesting courses like the crash course. There are also good offers on the Cracku mocks, the dash cats and sectionals. If you're interested, you can definitely check it out. I think recently many people have been purchasing this CAT full practice one, which is a CAT question bank and the mock test series. Here you will get access to the Quant Rush also. We'll be launching the verbal rush pretty soon in the next 2-3 days. You will get access to the verbal rush also. I think this is trending because a lot of students have been purchasing that. This, I would say, is very useful for students who have finished their syllabus and they're looking to practice a lot, which is what I would advise students to do in the last 50 days or so. So definitely do check out all the packages, especially the Quant CAT practice one. If you have finished the syllabus, I think this is a fantastic package for you. You can check it out. Let me look at the next question. Okay. This again, I would say, is not a difficult question, but this is a slightly lengthy question. But again, you should try to get it correct. It is not a very easy question. This is a CAT level question. I think this is from previous year's papers of IFT, if I'm not wrong. Mohit, I was first, mera naam miss ho gaya. I'm so sorry, Mohit. But yeah, a shout out to you also. Okay, we crossed the halfway mark. We got around 170 likes. We need 155 more likes. Please do like the stream. This many years ago, X years later confuses me a lot, Swaroop. Yeah, that is the whole point, Swaroop. Guys, just don't copy paste what somebody else has posted. If you want a clue, I would say that not many people actually got this correct till now. So interesting. Okay, guys, time is up. 12 years ago, the combined ages of all members in a small village council of 9 people, total 360 years. So let us assume that there are 9 people. You have, this is 12 years ago. We have A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H and I. There are 9 people, their total is 360. This is told to us. Now 5 years later. So when you are saying 5 years later, you are looking at 7 years ago, because, and in these 5 years, each of the people A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, they have aged by 5 years. So there are 9 people, each one of them grew older by 5 years. So the total age increased by 9 into 5, which is 45. So the age becomes 405. This is the total age of the 9 people. And 2 members retired, their ages are 65 and 70. So now you have 7 people, and the sum of these 7 people is 405 minus 65 minus 70. This is equal to 270. So we have 7 people, their total age is 270 as of now. And we are told that 2 new members joined, their ages are 30 and 35. So now we have again 9 people, and their total age is 270 plus 30 plus 35. This is equal to 335. This is the total age of the 9 people. And they joined on the same year. 4 years after that. So if you're talking about 4 years after that, this was 7 years ago. So 3 years ago. Now 3 years ago, matlab 4 years passed. Each of the 9 people aged by 4 years. So the sum of the ages of the 9 people would be 335 plus, like I mentioned, 4 years elapsed. Earlier we were discussing of 7 years ago. Now we are talking about 3 years ago. Each of the 9 people aged by 4 years. So the total age increases by 4 into 9, which is 36. Therefore, this is 371. This is the age of the 9 people 3 years ago. And another member retired whose age is 68. So once that person has retired, we have 8 people left, and their total age is 371 minus 68, which is equal to 303. This is the age of the sum of the age of the 8 people. And a new member aged 39 joined the council. So now we have 9 people, and their total age is 303 plus 39, which is equal to 342. This is the sum of the age of the 9 people. So what is the average? The average age will be equal to 342 divided by 9, which is 38 years. But be careful. The average age is 38 years when? The average age is 38 years 3 years ago. So what is the average age today? Because we are asked to calculate the current average age of the council members. 3 years ago the average age is 38. So currently their average age will be 41 years, which is option C. You should not by mistake mark it as option A. That would be a silly mistake. That would be a very unfortunate mistake. These kind of mistakes happen in the examination. So you should be very, very careful about these kind of things. Let me give a shout out to the students who got it correct. And after that, we'll go to the next question. Okay, the people who got it correct are Devesh Vijay, Danish, Aditya Mulani, Vishwanath Kumar, Yesh Wadhwani, Pratmesh, Nitin Chanakya Gunam, Anisha Agarwal, Gauri Prasad, Shubham, Kashish Advani, Shubham Agarwal, Atulit Agarwal, and Atreya Dasgupta. Well done, guys. Let us look at the next one. This I think is an easy question. I hope many people get it correct. So I'll give a shout out to the first 10-15 guys. We have 177 people who are watching the stream and we have 177 likes. Good to see. So we need how many more? I think we need 148 more likes needed. Guys, please do like the stream. After every question, if you are getting 10-15 likes, that should suffice. So please do like the stream. We need just 148 more likes. Srishti Singh is saying, sir, can you please show the... Sir, after solving, can you please side for seconds to take screenshot? Okay, man, I'll do it from now on. Srishti, you can just go back and look at it and then come back. But from now on, maybe I'll pause it for 5 seconds so that you can take a screenshot. Okay, there is a lot of people who are getting B and C. Let us see. After the question is done, I'll give a shout out. And anybody who definitely wants a shout out, please give the explanation also, not just the answer. Then first you can post the answer and then post the explanation. That will be great. Okay, time is up. Let us try to solve this question. So the market value of beams made of a rare metal has a unique property. The market value of such a beam is proportional to the square of its length. So if you assume that the length is L, the market value is equal to some constant K into L square, because the market value is proportional to the square. Now, due to an accident, one such beam broke into two pieces having length in the ratio of 4:9. So if the ratio is 4:9, let us assume that what is 4 plus 9? It is 13. So let us assume that the original length sorry for my handwriting. Let us assume that the original length is say 13 centimeters. 13 is basically 4 plus 9. You can again assume this to be any number. 13 just makes most of the calculations easy. So what is the original market value? The original market value will be K into L square. So the original market value will be 13 square into K, which is equal to 169K. This is the original market value. Now it broke into two parts. The ratio of the parts is 4:9. So the first part is 4, the second part is 9. What is the market value of the smaller piece of this one? Again, the market value will be K into L square. So it is K into 4 square, which is 16K. And the market value of the larger one is K into 9 square, which is 81K. So the total market value will be 16K plus 81K, which is 97K. This is the new value. So the new value is 97K. Original value is equal to 169K. So the decrease in the value is 169K minus 97K, which is equal to 72K. So the decrease percentage will be 72K divided by 169K into 100. This will be approximately 7200 divided by 69. You can figure it out, it will be approximately 42%, 169. So the answer for this question is a loss of 42.60%, which is option B. You can take the screenshot, guys. I'll try to come this side. In the meantime, let me give a shout out to all the people who got it correct. Many people got it correct, I know, very glad to see. It is also a slightly easy question, but it's okay. Okay. So the people who got it correct is Kashvi Verma, Aryan Agarwal, Ayama Dashing, Atul Pathare, Vishwanath Kumar, Mohit, Devesh Vijay, Danish Mazhar, Aryan, Aditya, Yakshat, Pratik, Lagan Mehta, Prathamesh, Sonima Dwivedi, Devesh Vijay, Yesh Darji, Vikas Chaudhary, Vishal Datta, Ayush Kannan, Narayan, Kirti, Ayushman, Coderado. Come up with the correct name, man, then it makes it better. Kishore Kumar, Aitiraj, Tanmay Garg, Atre Dasgupta, Pihu Agarwal, Vedant Mishra, Srinath Reddy, Ishan Jain, Bhavesh, Deep Hirpara, and Krish. Okay, guys, let us look at the next one. This again is a CAT level question. Not very difficult like arithmetic questions are, but you should try to get it correct. We have 170 people who are watching the stream live. We have 198 likes. We just need a few likes, guys. We need how many? We need 127 more likes. Please do like the stream. If you have just joined the stream, please do like it so that we can reach a target of 325 likes. Vikas Chaudhary, you are correct. Good explanation in the earlier question. Same Sonima, you also got it correct. Correct explanation. Akshat is saying, sir, can we skip algebra if arithmetic is strong? As my arithmetic is very strong, but I'm unable to solve algebra questions correctly. I would actually say don't skip either arithmetic or algebra or geometry. If you really want to skip, I would ideally say don't skip, but if I have to choose, I would say maybe skip geometry. But like I told earlier, if an easy question comes from any of the other topics, you should be able to answer it. For example, if a very easy question comes from number systems, you should answer it. What do I mean by an easy question? Suppose you are given what is the remainder or what is the last digit of say 3 to the power 1000. That is an easy question because there will be cyclicity of the last digit. You should be able to get it correct. So if an easy question comes from number systems, you should get it correct. If an easy question comes from permutations, combinations, you should get it correct. What is an easy question? Suppose you are told that, okay, there are 5 people, they have to sit in a straight line, but 2 people don't want to sit together. What is the number of ways in which that can be done? These are easy conceptual ones. These are typical problems, which if you spend 1 hour or 2 hours in that particular topic, you would encounter a question like that. Or say you are solving 20 questions from a topic, you would get a question like that. So if those kind of questions come in the examination, you should get it correct from all the topics. If it is an easy question, you should get it correct. That should be your strategy. Okay, I think the time is up. Let us try to solve this question. In this question, we are told that there is a bowl which is containing 60 ml of orange juice, 40 ml of water is poured, thereafter 100 ml of apple juice is poured to make a fruit punch. So what are the ingredients? The ingredients are orange juice, then we have water, and then we have apple juice. These are the ingredients. Now orange juice, what is the volume? The volume of the orange juice is 60 ml. So here we have 60 ml. What is the water? Water is 100 ml. and apple juice is, sorry, water is 40 ml and apple juice is 100 ml. So don't make these kind of mistakes. So this is 40 ml and apple juice is 100 ml. And what is the total volume? The total volume will be the sum of all of them. The total will be 60 plus 40 plus 100, which is equal to 200 ml. This is the original volume. From this, 50 ml was drunk and we are only left with 150 ml. Initially it was 200 ml, now it is 150 ml. So the total volume became how much? The total volume became 150 divided by 200, which is equal to 3/4. So the total volume became 3/4 of the original volume. So each of the three ingredients also become 3/4 of their original volume. So the amount of orange juice left will be 60 into 3/4. 60 into 3/4 is 45 ml. The amount of water will be 40 into 3/4, which is 30 ml. And the amount of apple will be 100 into 3/4, which is 75. Now you can cross check once. 75 plus 30 plus 45 will be equal to 150. What we are now asked to calculate is how much orange juice should be poured into the fruit punch that remained in order to bring the percentage of orange juice to be 50%. If you assume that X amount of orange juice is added, the volume of orange juice will become 45 plus X. The total volume will become 150 plus X. So 45 plus X should be 50% of 150 plus X. That should be our equation. So the equation will be 45 plus X divided by 150 plus X is equal to 50%, which is equal to 1/2. So now we can cross multiply. If you are cross multiplying, you are going to get 90 plus 2x is equal to 150 plus x, or the value of x, which is equal to 60 ml. So the amount of orange juice that should be added is equal to 60 ml, which is option D over here. You can copy it or you can take a screenshot, whatever you might want. In the meantime, I will give a shout out to the students who got it correct at the start. Aryan Agarwal, Aditya, Pihu Agarwal, CS 141, Karthik, Aditya Mulani, Ayushman, Devesh Vijay, Mohit, Pratmesh, Pratik, Narayanadran, Yakshat Jain, Lagan Mehta, Tanmay Garg, Yakshat Jain, Kashvi Verma, Kashish Advani, Yash Vadhwana, Omkar, Sonima Dwivedi, Vishwanath, Yash Daji, Krish. Mohit also gave a good explanation. Devesh also gave a good explanation. I think Vikas Chaudhary's explanation also is correct. Okay guys, let us look at the next one. This I think is an easy one. I hope you get it correct. We have 185 people who are watching the stream live. Good to see a lot of people who are watching the stream live. Please do like the stream, guys. We have 207 likes. So we need just 118 more likes. If all of you like the stream, we'll reach our target very, very soon. Basically, my team is working on a Sunday and I feel very guilty that they're working. Even I'm working on a Sunday, which is fine. But I want to motivate them, so they see the number of likes that we got and it really motivates them. So please do like it as a favor for us. Aditya Daman is saying, sir, can we join this class from the Cracku dashboard? I think it is not possible. I think you have to watch it on YouTube only. But you can follow my classes on Mondays. Every Monday I take the class at 8 p.m. And every Tuesday Sayali takes the class at 8 p.m. So tomorrow I am having my class. I don't remember the topic, but my class is on every Monday on the Cracku website. Okay guys, let us try to answer this question. The respective ratio between the present age of Manisha and Deepali is 5:x. So we have two persons, Manisha and Deepali. The ratio of their ages is 5:x. Okay. Manisha is 9 years younger than Parnita. Okay. We have, and Parinita's age after 9 years will be 33 years. So what is Parinita's age right now? Parinita's age 9 years later is 33. So today Parinita will be 33 minus 9, which is 24 years. This is the current age of Parinita. And what we are told is that Manisha is 9 years younger than Parinita. So Manisha's age will be how much? Manisha's age will be 9 years younger than 24. So Manisha's age will be 24 minus 9, which is 15. Okay. The difference between Deepali's age, okay, and Manisha's age is the same as the present age of Parinita. So what we are essentially told is that the difference between x and 15, because Manisha's current age is 15. Okay. So Deepali's age will be 39. Why will Deepali's age be 39? Because if Manisha's age is 15 and Parinita's current age is 24, the difference between Manisha's age and Deepali's age is 24. That is what is given to us. Difference between Deepali's age and Manisha's age is equal to the present age of Parinita, and the present age of Parinita is 24. We know that the present age of Manisha is 15. So what is the present age of Deepali? Deepali's age will be 15 plus 24, which is 39. So what is the value of x? The value of x will be 5 by x is equal to 15 by 39. This is 3. So the value of x is simply equal to 13. So the answer for this question is option D, which is none of this, because the correct answer is 13, but that is not given in the options. Let me again give a shout out to everybody who got it correct. A lot of people, I hope, got it correct. Okay. Yeah, Aryan Agarwal, Devesh Vijay, Atreya Dasgupta, Gumbala Srinath Reddy, Pratik Purohit, Yakshat, Kashish Advani, Pihu Agarwal, Sonima Dwivedi, Anisha Agarwal, Kavin Raja, Vedanta Mishra, Shreyas, Harshita, Sarvagnya Gupta, Anamika, Seshu Kurganti, Umang, Vaibhav. All of these guys have gotten it correct. Well done, guys. Let us look at the next question. This is with respect to the CAT mock test. If you are enrolled to the Dash Cats, I would really recommend you to take the Cracku Dash Cats. They are taken by thousands of students. Anybody who has enrolled would know that I and Sayali also take the verbal sectionals. I take the verbal sectional and the LRDA sectional. Sayali takes the quant sectional. If you score better than us, which is quite likely because sometimes we underperform in the Dash Cats, it is always good. You will also gain a lot of confidence that you are able to beat either me or Sayali. So that is always a good thing. You can also try to see how we are doing, so you will get a good sense. In addition to it, all of these mocks have detailed video solutions. I record the video solutions for quant. Sayali records it for verbal and LRDA. So I would say these are very, very useful. Definitely do check them out. This is the next question. Not a very difficult question, but might be slightly time consuming. Let us see how many people get it correct. We have 225 likes, so we just need 100 more likes. If you have just joined the stream, please do like it. Our target for the stream before the stream ends is 325 likes. Timulani is saying, sir, should we fill form for MICA? Basically, I would say fill as many forms as you can, because I know a lot of people have regrets after the last date is over. I also know that form filling costs money. I get it, and it is not cheap. I also get that. But the mental health that you will have, the ease of pressure or stress that you will have, I think is definitely worth it, because I don't want any distractions right now. I don't want you to think that, okay, after the last date is over, you should not feel that, maybe I should have registered for it. Right now, you should just be focused on doing well in CAT. Everything else, if any other noise is there in your head, you should try to decrease that noise. There should be no distractions, no second thoughts. So anything that makes it possible for you to concentrate better, you should do it. That is the reason I would say apply to all exams. I know it costs money. Apply to any of the institutes that you consider joining. You might not be sure of joining it, but if you feel that that is an institute I'm thinking about joining, you should apply for it. Guys, we have 170 people who are watching the stream live. Please do like the stream, guys. Let us get to 325 likes today. Okay, I think the time is up. Let us try to solve this question. Here there are three people, A, B and C. They can finish the work in 20 days, 25 days and 40 days. So A will take 20 days to finish the job. B will take 25 days to finish the job. And C will take 40 days to finish the job. This would tell us that basically whenever we are given the time that somebody takes to finish the job, that helps us somewhat, but a better way to compare is their efficiency or how much work they can do in standard time. To compare that, let us assume that the total work that needs to be done is a multiple of 20, 25 and 40. What is a multiple of 20, 25 and 40? That is 200. So let us assume that the total work that needs to be done is the least common multiple of 20, 25 and 40. This is equal to 200 units. So let us assume that the total work that needs to be done is 200 units. Now in one day, how much work will A do? A will be doing 200 divided by 20, which is equal to 10 units. B takes 25 days to do 200 units of work. So in one day, B will be doing 8 units of work. C takes 40 days to do 200 units of work. So in one day, he will be doing 5 units of work. Now what we are told is that on the first day, A and B work together. So first day, it will be A plus B. On the second day, B and C work together. So on the second day, it is B plus C. On the third day, A and C work together. On the third day, A and C work together. And on the fourth day, all three of them will work together. So on the fourth day, it is A plus B plus C. Now if A and B work together, how much work is done in the first day? A does 10 units of work, B does 18 units of work. So the total work done on the first day is 18. B and C, B does 8 units of work, C does 5 units of work. So both of them together in one day they will be doing 13 units of work. Third day, A and C will be working together. A does 10 units of work, C does 15 units of work. So both of them together will do 15 units of work. And if all three of them are working together, the total work done will be 10 plus 8 plus 5, which is equal to 23. So in the first 4 days, the total work done is 18 plus 13 plus 15 plus 23. What is the total? 13 plus 15 is 28 plus 18 is 46 plus 23 is 69. So in the first 4 days, they do 69 units of work. This is done in 4 days. What is the total work that needs to be done? The total work that needs to be done, we assumed, is 200 units. So after the another 4 days, that is after 8 days, the total work that needs to be done is 69 into 2, which will come to 138 units. Now after the 9th day, another 18 units are added, so it will become 156. After the 10th day, another 13 units are added, so it becomes 169. And after the 11th day, 15 units are added, so it becomes 184. How many units are left? How much work is left? 200 units is needed. 184 units are done after 11 days, so the work that needs to be completed is 16. On the 12th day, they can do 23 units of work, because on the 12th day, all three of them are going to work together. But the number of units that is needed is only 16. So only 16 by 23rd of the 12th day will be taken. 11 days are already over. So the total work will be finished in 11 16 by 23 days, which if you see will be option A. This is definitely a slightly lengthy question. You can definitely expect this kind of questions in CAT. You can take the screenshot. Let me give a shout out to everybody who got it correct. Yesh Wadhwani, Aryan, Gurpreet, Yakshat, Aditya, Sonima Dwivedi, Sarvagnya Gupta, Pihu Agarwal, Vikas Chaudhary, Dilshad, Vishwanath, Devesh Vijay, Bhukya Santosh Nayak, Atul, Shaurya, Atreya Dasgupta, Khushi, Gauri, Tanmay Garg, Kavin Raja. All of you guys have gotten it correct. Nitin Chanakya Gunam. Let me go to the next question, guys. Okay. Again, a CAT level question, slightly lengthy but not difficult. This, I would say, is a typical quant question in arithmetic. Tanish Commissioner is saying, hello sir, my mock scores are stuck between 50 to 55. How can I push to 85, 90 in the remaining time? I see a lot of fluctuations in VRs and DLR, while my quant score is stuck between 15 to 18. Can you help? Tanish, I mentioned this many times in my videos. I basically say that if you want to, say you're taking mocks in quant, suppose you're able to attempt 7 questions in 40 minutes, 7 out of the 22 questions. If you want to increase it from 7 to 8, between those mocks, you have to solve a lot of questions. Then your speed will improve. For you to improve your speed, you have to solve a lot of questions between the two mocks. A rough heuristic that I'll tell you is, between the two mocks, if you solve around 100 to 120 questions, from 7 questions, you will be able to attempt 8 questions. From going from 8 to 9, you will have to solve another 100 to 120 questions to improve your speed so that you will answer 8 to 9 questions. That much effort is needed between two mocks, and I would recommend you to put in that effort. Then you will notice that your speed will improve. We have 150 people who are watching this stream, man. We have 237 likes, so we need 88 more likes. Please do like this stream, guys. We have 150 people. If you haven't liked it, please do like it. Our target is 325 likes for today. Okay, let us solve this question, guys. In this question, we are told that there is a tank whose capacity is 6400 liters. This is attached to 3 taps of different efficiency. Tap A can fill 2 buckets in 12 minutes. So in 1 hour, let us see how many buckets can be filled by each of these tanks, each of these taps. Tap A, it fills 2 buckets in 12 minutes. So in 1 hour, how many buckets can it fill? If in 12 minutes it is able to fill 2 buckets, in 1 hour it will fill 5 times that, because we know that 12 into 5 is 60. So tap A is filling 2 buckets in 12 minutes. So in 1 hour it fills 10 buckets. And for tap B, it can fill 8 buckets in 16 minutes. So it is filling 8 buckets in 16 minutes, or basically it is filling 1 bucket every 2 minutes. So in 1 hour, tap B can fill 30 buckets. Okay, thanks. What about tap C? Tap C fills 12 buckets in 30 minutes. So in half an hour, it is filling 12 buckets. So in 1 hour, it fills 24 buckets. Okay, what are we told now? All the 3 buckets are of equal volume. Okay. On a particular day when the tank was completely filled, all the taps were opened simultaneously, and tap C was used to refill the tank, while taps A and B were used to drain the water. So basically A and B were negative. They are basically being used to drain, and tap C was positive. It is being used to fill water into the tap. So in 1 hour, if all of them are working like this, how many buckets of water is emptied? It will be 10 plus 30 minus 24. So it will be minus 16 buckets. In 1 hour, if A and B are being used to drain the water and C is being used to fill the water, in 1 hour, the number of buckets that will empty will be 10 plus 30 minus 24, which is 16 buckets. Now what we are told is the complete tank is emptied in 50 hours. So in 50 hours, if every hour 16 buckets of water is being emptied, in 50 hours, the total number of buckets which will be emptied is 16 into 50 buckets. This is equal to 800 buckets. What we are told is that this 800 buckets is equal to 6400. This is the volume of the tank. What does this imply? This implies that 1 bucket is equal to 8 liters. This would tell us that the capacity of the buckets is 8 liters, which is option A. Let me look at the chat and give a shout out to the people who got this correct. I would say this is not a very easy question. This is not a very tough question also, but this kind of question can definitely be asked in the examination. Aryan Agarwal, Devesh Vijay, Yash Darji, Vedanta, Pihu Agarwal, Aiti Mulani, Shaurya, Aman Pandey, Sunima Dwivedi, Vikas Chaudhary, Prathamesh, Pratik Purohit, Vedantika M, JG, Ayama Dashing, Atul Pathare, Umang Srivastav, Nitya Prabha, Ayushman, Shreyas. Mohit also gave a good explanation. Well done, Mohit. Let us look at the next question. Okay guys, we have 160. Saurabh Chalna is saying, how many questions will you solve today? We have a lot of questions, man. I want to continue this for 4 hours. CAT is just 50 days away, no? So let us put in full effort, no? In general, what I tell my staff who are preparing for CAT, or any student who is preparing for CAT, is that in this 50 days, you have to go all out. You should do everything that is in your hands to ensure that you perform well on that day. So now is the time for you to put in that effort. That hard work has to be done now, and you have to enjoy that also. That is why I am actually very enthusiastic to teach today, because I feel this is an important time for all of us. Let us put full effort. Let us solve as many questions as we can. And on the day of the examination, we should feel like confident, and we should not feel guilty that we didn't put in that effort. So let us try to solve a lot of questions. I want to continue this stream for around 4 hours. Let us see. Please do like the stream, guys. I don't know how many likes we have, but please do like it. We have 160 people are watching the stream live. So let us try to attain our target of 325 likes. I'll answer the chat after drinking some hot water. My throat hurts after some time, so I drink some hot water. Yeah, Devesh. It is my hot water mug. Okay, time is up. Let us try to answer this. So what we are told is that in a Bilaspur village, there are 12 men and 18 boys. They finish the work in 60 days. So if 12 men and 8 boys are working, the work will be finished in 60 days. By working for 7.5 hours per day. So basically the amount of hours that they will be working will be 450 hours, which is 60 into 7.5 hours. Now subsequently the residents of a neighboring village also decided to construct a primary health center, which would be twice the size of this facility. So now basically this is twice as much. So the man hours that would be needed will be 900 man hours for the neighboring village, the facility that they're looking to build. Okay. Now, if a man is able to perform the work equal to the same done by 2 boys. Okay. So let us assume that in 1 hour, the amount of work done by a boy is 1 unit. Therefore, the amount of work done by a man will be 2 units. Not 2 units. Let us assume that this is M, because let us assume that the amount of work done by a boy is B units, because I don't know whether we can assume this as 1 and 2. We can probably do that, but let us assume that it is B units and 2B units. This would imply that how many boys will be required to help 21 men complete the work in Harigarh in 50 days, working 9 hours per day. Okay. So basically what we are essentially saying is that the work done original work that was needed would be 12 men. Every hour they'll be doing 2B units of work, so that is 24B, plus 8 boys. Every hour they'll be doing B units of work, so that is 8B. So every hour they'll be doing 32B. This is the amount of work that they'll be doing every hour, and they've taken 450 hours. So the original work is 450 into 32B. This is the original work. The new work is twice as big, so the new work is 900 into 32B. Now this has to be completed in how many hours? It has to be completed in 50 days, working 9 hours per day. So basically it has to be completed in 450 hours. If it has to be completed in 450 hours, every hour the amount of work that has to be done will be 900 into 32B divided by 450. This will be equal to I'm sorry man, this is 12 men and 18 boys. I made some mistake, I was figuring out that. So it is 12 men and 18 boys. So the original work done is 24B plus 18B, which will come to 42B here. So the total work that has to be done is 450 into 42B. The new work that has to be done will be 900 into 42B. This is the total work that has to be done. So every year the amount of work that has to be done is 900 into 42B divided by 450, which will be equal to 84B. Now we have how many men? We have 21 men. Because we have 21 men, they will be doing 2B units of work every hour. So they will be doing 42B units of work. And the remaining work has to be done by boys, which will be 42B. So the number of boys that would be needed would be 42. I would say this kind of a question and the way I approached it, I'm actually very lucky. Because if this was a theta question, I would have answered this as I think 20 or 22, which is what I was getting. Without realizing that I made a mistake somewhere when I was progressing, and here I reached 90 into I think this was 32. So I was getting 64B here. 64 minus 42, I could figure out that is 22. And then I looked at the options and 22 was not there. And because 22 was not there, I realized that okay, I made a mistake somewhere. Luckily, I was able to figure it out because it was in the first line itself. But essentially, what I'm saying is that these are the kind of instances where silly mistakes happen. Because this was a multiple choice question and 22 was not there, I went back and I checked. But if this was a theta question, I would have just marked it as 22 and gone ahead. So ensure that you are always present in the moment and trying to answer it with full concentration. Let me try to give a shout out to all the students who got this correct. Okay. Devesh Vijay, Umang Srivatsav, Yakshat Jain, JG, Aryan Agarwal, Vikas Chaudhary, Kishore Kumar, Pihu Agarwal, Sonima Dwivedi, Hasini, Srinath Reddy, Vaishnavi, Dinesh Kumar, Aitya Kumar, Pratik Purohit, Kavin Raja, Isha Jain, Muskan, Atre Dasgupta, Vibhor, Gauri Prasad, Kashvi, Mahek. JG also gave a good explanation. Well done. Danish Majhar also gave a good explanation. And Aryan Agarwal also gave a good explanation. Well done, guys. This is the next question. This is not very difficult, but try to get it correct. Okay, we have 260 likes. We just need another 66 more likes. Very easy target for us. Let us try to achieve it off. We have 160 people who are watching the stream live. Please do like the stream, guys, so that more people can watch it after the stream ends. Umang Srivastava is asking whether the cup was gifted by my staff. This is basically a cup from The Office. I don't know how many of you watch The Office. It is one of my favorite sitcom. So the boss there also has a similar cup. So Sally bought this for me. Elon Bhai saying, sir, problem in question where hours is also mentioned. It is actually not very difficult, man. It is just one more additional layer of complexity, but you have to believe that it is not very difficult. You solve 4 or 5 questions in that, you will get it correct. So don't worry, it is not a new concept. It is the same concept, just one more additional layer of difficulty. Ati Mulani saying, sir, I am giving mock every Sunday. I will give today also. Is that enough till CAT? Plus 1 sectional every week. I would say number of mocks is sufficient if you are taking 1 mock every weekend. But try to take more sectionals. Sectionals are only for 40 minutes. And you should use sectionals very wisely. Especially in the chapters or in the sections that you are not doing well. Try to take more sectionals. Because I want you to practice different strategies before the examination. For example, you should be very adept at selecting the right sets in LRDA. Which you will get only if you look at that. If you're in that position multiple times. Similarly, even in VARC, you should know when to attempt RCs, when to attempt verbal questions, which of the two you have to attempt first. Those kind of things are all individual choices. So you should be good at making those choices. Okay, let us try to answer this question, guys. A piece of work can be done by 50 men working 10 hours per day for 45 days. So what is the total man hours that is needed? Total man hours to finish this piece of work will be 50 into 10 into 45. Now the same work needs to be done in a span of 30 days by 40 men working together. What is the additional time duration that each person has to work per day to complete the work? So how many hours would be needed to finish this work per day? It has to be done in 30 days by 40 men. So per day, the time they will have to spend is 50 into 10 into 45 divided by 30 into 40. You can cancel this 0, this 0, this 0, this 0. This is 15. So this is basically 75 by 4. Which is 18.75 hours. This is a ridiculous amount of time. People have to work every day. So basically somebody has to work 18.75 hours every day. What they're working for right now is 10 hours per day. So the additional time that they'll have to work for every single day is 18.75 minus 10, which is 8 hours and 45 minutes. Let me look at the chat. Let me give a shout out to the people who have done well in this particular question. That will be Aryan Agarwal, Yash Vadhwani, Sonima Dwivedi, Aryan Agarwal again. Okay, interesting. JG, Vikas Chaudhary, Vibhor Agarwal, Pihu Agarwal, Vibhor Gharwal and Pihu Agarwal, Mohit, Yakshat Jain, Kashish Advani, Shreyas GK, Atul, Aditi, Tejaswini, Devesh, Prathmesh, Aditi, Nitya Prabha, Ayati Kumar, Tanmay Garg, Gaurav Prasad, Umang Srivastav and Vaishnavi TSL. Mohit gave a good explanation. Aryan Agarwal also gave a good explanation. JJ also gave a good explanation and Shreyas also gave a good explanation. Well done, guys. Let us look at the next question. This is with respect to Cracku daily targets. We have tens of thousands of students who are taking the daily targets on a regular basis. I think the number of daily targets taken every single day is touching 10,000 for the last few days. This is a very good way in which you can solve questions very quickly. Like I mentioned, in the last 50 days or so, the more number of questions you solve, the better it will be. And Cracku daily targets are a very good way in which you can actually have that consistency, have that streak of solving a lot of questions. So definitely do check out the Cracku daily targets. They will help you quite a lot. Let me look at the next question. Again, I would say a fairly straightforward question. Hopefully many of you will get it correct. We have 150 people who are watching the stream live. We have 266 likes. So we need just 59 more likes. Guys, if you have just joined the stream, please do like it to get to 325 likes. It will motivate my staff quite a lot. They keep checking how many likes we got and it matters a lot for them. So please do like us. Pratik Purohit said, sir, in your YouTube session, you once told that you should try to attempt all the questions in VRC, and that strategy is really working for me. Thanks a lot. Glad to help, Pratik, because when I interact with students and people tell me that they attempted 16 questions or 17 questions in VRC, I find that strategy to be a bad strategy. In VRC, nobody is sure of accuracy. Very rarely will you be certain that this question is correct. In Quant, on the other hand, for certain questions, you are sure that it is correct. In VRC, when your accuracy is anyway not 100%, anyway, even for a good student, the accuracy will be around, say, 80%. But if you're attempting 17 questions, 80% is extremely high, by the way. But say you're getting 80% and you are attempting 17 questions. But say you attempt 24 questions, you spend lesser time on each question, and your accuracy drops to 70%. That is much better. So that is what I would always advise you to do. Definitely, if somebody is aiming for 97, 98 plus, a very good score, in my opinion, in verbal, they have to attempt all the 24 questions. I agree that your accuracy will fall because you will probably have to tick an answer before you are much more surer. But still, I would say that is a good strategy. Yes, CS141, you are asking whether Quant Rush will help. Definitely, I would say Quant Rush will help you quite a lot, because in Quant Rush, you solve more questions without really noticing. So you have to solve questions, and I would feel that Quant Rush is a way in which you can motivate yourself to solve a lot of questions without getting bored. So that's why I would say use it. It will help you quite a lot. Okay, the time is up. Let us try to solve this question. In this question, there are two taps, X and Y, that can fill a tank in 20 minutes and 30 minutes. So X will take 20 minutes to fill a tank. Y takes 30 minutes to fill a tank. Normally, what we are looking for is the amount of water that they fill in a particular time, that is their efficiency, and not really how much time that they take. So let us assume that the volume of the tank is the LCM of 20 and 30. What is the least common multiple of 20 and 30? That is 60 liters. So let us assume that the volume of the tank is 60 liters. This would imply that in 1 minute, the amount of water X will fill, because it is taking 20 minutes to fill 60 liters, in 1 minute it will fill 3 liters. Similarly, Y takes 30 minutes to fill 60 liters, so in 1 minute it fills 2 liters. Now there is a tap C that can fill a fully filled tank in 25 minutes. It can empty. Okay, so there is C which takes 25 minutes. So in an ideal situation, I should have assumed that the volume of the tank is the LCM of 20, 30 and 25. But because I already assumed it to be 60 liters, let us continue with it. So as the volume is 60 liters and it can empty it in 25 minutes, every minute the amount of water that is emptied by it will be 60 divided by 25, which is equal to 12 by 5. This is equal to 2.4 liters. So now, what is the ratio of the time taken by A and B? I am assuming this is X and Y to fill the tank when C is open to that of when C is closed. So here we have two taps X and Y. Here we have two taps A and B. I am assuming both of them are the same. So let us ignore that. So when only X and Y are filling, the amount of water that they will fill in 1 minute will be 3 plus 2, which is 5 liters. When X plus Y minus C, that is C also is there, but C is emptying, when all three of them are open, they will fill 2.6 liters every minute. So the time taken when only X and Y are there will be 60 divided by 5, and when all three of them are open, the time taken will be 60 divided by 2.6. This is the ratio that we are looking for. that ratio when A and B fill the tank when C is open to when C is closed. So the required ratio is 60 divided by 2.6 is to 60 divided by 5, which will be equal to 5 is to 2.6, or this is 25 is to 13 if you are just multiplying both of them with 5. So the ratio of this required ratio is 25 is to 13, which is option B. Let us look at what people have answered, give a shout out and go to the next question. Aryan Agarwal, Aiti Mulani, Yakshat Jain, Vedant Mishra, Vibhor Garwal, Nitin Chanakya Gunam, Yash Wadhwani, Pihu Agarwal, Vikas Chaudhary, Sonima Dwivedi, Ansh, Ayush, Atre Dasgupta, Management Minds. Guys, please come with the actual name. I don't want to sound, I don't want to give a shout out to nicknames. Yash, Rahul, Vishwanath, Dilshad and Aditya Raj. All of you guys have done well. Let us look at the next question. And we have 277 likes. We need just less than 50 likes, man. We need 48 likes. Please do like the stream, guys. If you have just joined us, we have more than 160 people who are watching this stream live. So if you have just joined the stream, please do like it. Our target for today is 325 likes. Prabhas is saying, algebra questions are making me panic when I'm attempting mocks. After completing the mock, when I answer without any pressure, I can answer it. Can you please suggest how to handle this problem? Basically, Prabhas, I would say, if you are feeling nervous, maybe attempt some sectionals. And tell yourself and set your targets to be slightly low. Don't tell yourself that I have to get like say 12 questions correct. I have to get 15 questions correct. Those I would say are slightly high targets. Tell yourself that okay, I have to get 5 questions correct. It's okay if I don't get it, but let me like set the expectations low, set the pressure to be low. Don't take too much load on yourself or too much pressure on yourself. Then I would say after a few sectionals, you'll realize that okay, I'm easily crossing 5 questions correct or 6 questions correct. Then maybe try to increase it to 1 more. Try to tell yourself that okay, my target is 7. Sometimes even when you start increasing, sometimes you might get a dip. Don't be demotivated. So basically look at it as a process. Don't look at any particular thing as the end in itself. Don't look at a particular mock as the most important mock. That way you will just putting more pressure on yourself. Okay guys, we have 150 people watching the stream live. Good to see. Very standard question. Again, these kind of questions can be asked in the examination in CAT. So it will be good if all of you get it correct. Okay, the time is up. Let us try to answer this question. 4 men and 6 women can complete a work in 8 days. So 4 men and 6 women, they can complete a work in 8 days. Now 1 woman is replaced by 1 man. If a woman is replaced by 1 man, we have 5 men and 5 women. Now they can complete the work in 7 days. Now we want to compare the amount of work done by each person, not the time that they take. So let us do 2 things. Let us assume that the amount of work done by 1 man in 1 day, let us assume that this is equal to M. And let us assume that the amount of work done by 1 woman in 1 day, let this be equal to W. Let us also assume that the total work that needs to be done, let this be a multiple of 7 and 8. Why 7 and 8? Because this is the time that these arrangements have taken. One combination takes 8 days, another combination takes 7 days. So let us assume that the total work that needs to be done is the LCM of 7 and 8, which is 56 units. So this combination of 4 men and 6 women, in 8 days they are doing 56 units. So in 1 day, they will be doing 7 units. This combination of 5 men and 5 women, they are taking 7 days to do 56 units of work. So in 1 day, they will be doing 8 units of work. So basically the equation that we have 2 equations. We have 4m plus 6w. This is equal to 7. And we have 5m plus 5w. This is equal to 8. This is the second equation. So we have 2 equations and 2 variables. We have to solve for the value of m and w. In the second one, we can just divide the entire equation with 5. So we are going to get m plus w is equal to 1.6. So you multiply this with 4. So we are going to get 4m plus 4w is equal to 6.4. From this equation, if you subtract this equation, we are going to get 2w is equal to 0.6, or the value of w is equal to 0.3. M plus w, this we are told is 1.6. So the value of m will be equal to 1.3 units. So we have the amount of work done by 1 man in 1 day. We have the amount of work done by 1 woman in 1 day. So what is the work done by 1 man and 5 women in 1 day? The amount of work done will be, this is 1.3 and this is 5 into 0.3. Overall, this will be 2.5 units of work every day. The amount of work that needs to be done is 56 units. So the time taken by this combination will be 56 divided by 2.8, which is equal to 20 days. So the time taken would be option C. Let me give a shout out to everybody who has gotten this question correct. And after that, Sayali will take over. The people who got it correct were Yash Wadhwani, Aryan Agarwal, Devesh Vijay, Prabhat Bhagat, Sonima Dwivedi, Yash Mahamune, Noel, Pawan, Pihu, Vikas, Nitin Chanakyagunam, Aditi, Lagan Mehta, Avsar Kloth, Lagan Mehta, Atul Pathare, Rahul, Yash, Aitya, Anisha, Umang Srivastav and Monica Hegde. Well done, guys. Sayali will teach for some time. After that, I'll again come back. We have 170 people who are watching the stream live. Please do like the stream, guys. We just need another 40 likes to reach our target. Yeah.
Okay guys, it's good to be back teaching and I see that there are quite a few people. So let's get started. I'll continue with time, speed, distance. Okay. So consider this question and try to solve it. I'll give you some time to do that. There's 2.5 minutes. It's a very easy question, doesn't need 2.5 minutes. A very conceptual question. So I want everyone to solve it. Hello, hi, Yash Mahamune. And all those who have still not liked the stream, please like the stream. It helps us quite a bit. So please like the stream. Hi, hello, Sonima. Hi, good afternoon, Vikas. Good afternoon, Monica. Good afternoon, Paridhi. This is a very easy question. You don't need 2.5 minutes. Come on, guys. Super easy question. Come on, try to solve this one. Okay. Okay, I think most of you have got it. Some people put 7, some people put 4, but they quickly removed it. I think there was some mistake. But this is like a super conceptual question. There would be some, like if you get confused whether you have to add or subtract, that is the only place you will get any confusion over here. So let me clear up if anybody is confused about how to solve this. So consider two people start from the same position on a circular track of 70 kilometers. They travel in the same direction with speeds 15 kilometers per hour and 20 kilometers per hour. If they go on running infinitely, find the number of points at which the two will meet each other. So remember the number of meeting points on circular tracks. This, if you are running in the same direction, if the ratio of your speeds in the lowest form is A is to B, in the lowest form, okay? This is in lowest form. Then the number of meeting points, if they are going in the same direction, this would be modulus of A minus B. Modulus of A minus B, basically it has to be positive value only. Here you have to consider what is the difference between the values of numerator and denominator when the fraction is taken in the lowest form. This is for same direction. When it is for opposite direction, it is same, it is A plus B. So remember, some guys who wrote 7, you should not consider sum. If it is in the same direction, they travel in the same direction, you have to take the difference. If they run in opposite direction, you have to take the sum. Remember that when it is in the same direction, the number of meeting points will be lower than if they are running in the opposite direction. If you remember that opposite direction, more meeting points, same direction, fewer meeting points, you will remember which formula is for which. So in this case, what is the ratio of their speeds? This 70 kilometers is completely irrelevant. What is the ratio of their speeds? It is 15 kilometers per hour and 20 kilometers per hour. If I take the ratio of their speeds, it will be 15 by 20. So in the lowest form, this is how much? This is 3 by 4. Now since they are moving in the same direction, the number of meeting points would be, this would be modulus of 3 minus 4, that is modulus of minus 1, or rather 1. What would be the meeting point? If there is only one meeting point, what would that meeting point be? If there is only one meeting point, that meeting point will always be the starting point. That would always be the point at which they both end up meeting. So how many points are there that the two will end up meeting? The number of points is option A, 1. There is one meeting point, okay? Very easy question. I'll continue with I'll give you some more easy questions before we start with the harder ones. So consider this next one also. Also an easy question. I want all of you guys to solve it. Hi Anushri. Logic behind this, not getting intuition. So I think you are asking about the earlier one, Mohit. What is the logic behind considering the difference and considering the sum? It is basically a formula. For circular tracks, the number of meeting points, you have to consider the ratio of their speeds. Essentially, you have to remember that it's, in a way, you can think of it that irrespective of what the distance is, the time taken will be in the same ratio as the inverse of the ratio of their speeds as such. Because when there is constant distance, time taken is inversely proportional to the speed as such. Now because of that, you can essentially think that, okay, if the time taken to meet, if I take it as, okay, they are covering this much distance, they are taking the same amount of time, then you have to basically figure out where they will meet. The amount or the length of the circular track becomes immaterial. The only thing that matters while considering the number of meeting points is rather just the ratio of speeds, because the time taken would be inversely proportional to the ratio of speeds. The distance traveled will be directly proportional to ratio of speeds. Because of that, the ratio of speeds basically is the only determining factor when it comes to considering how many meeting points are there. Okay, a lot of people answered this one. Sorry if I moved it away. So I'll give you time also if anybody was not able to see the question. They are running infinitely, but even if they run infinitely, they'll keep meeting at that one point only. Why? Basically, the ratio of the speeds is the only deciding factor there. Remember, in determining the number of meeting points, number of distinct meeting points, you have to only consider the ratio of the speeds. Nothing else matters. It does not matter what the length of the track is. It does not matter how many times they run. The number of meeting points depends only on the ratio of their speeds. Okay. Okay, a lot of people are saying T 80 80. Thank you, Jeetu. Thank you for the praise. Not getting. Okay, I hope that's for this question, Sakshi. See, guys who were not able to get the earlier question, I want you to see the video on circular tracks. Remember, it is a direct formula. You don't have to even like figure out what the formula is. There's a direct formula that the number of distinct meeting points on a circular track is, if the ratio of the speeds is A is to B, for them running in the same direction, the number of meeting points will be A minus B. If they run in the opposite direction, it is A plus B. It's a direct formula. You should know that formula. Okay. Okay. So let's get to see how this particular question is done. Two cars A and B starting from P and Q respectively towards each other with their speeds in the ratio 5:3. If the ratio of their speeds is reverse, then they will meet at a point 20 km away from the original point. What is the distance between P and Q? So you have P and Q. There is some distance between them. Now, two cars A and B start from P and Q respectively. So A starts from here, B starts from here. Their ratios are in their speeds are in the ratio 5:3. So let the constant of proportionality be x. So A speed will be 5x and B speed will be how much? It will be 3x. Now they will start at the same time and they meet at the same time. If they start at the same time and they meet at the same time, this becomes a question of what? It becomes a question of constant time. They are traveling for constant time. If they are traveling for constant time, what can you say? That the distance travel, this distance will be in the same ratio as their speeds. That whatever is the distance traveled by them, the ratio of the distance will be the same as the ratio of the speed. So that would mean that the ratio of the distance will also be 5:3. So this distance, wherever they meet, say this is the point that they meet, say R. PR and RQ are also in the ratio 5:3. Why? Because when time is constant, ratio of distances is ratio of speeds. So that would mean that I can say that this is 5y, some constant of proportionality, some this I'll take y. So if this is 5y, this will become 3y. Now another thing that they are saying is that if their speeds were reversed, then they would meet at a point 20 kilometers away from the original point. So now instead of this being 5x and this being 3x, so if this was 5x and this was 3x, there would be a new point, say S, which is 20 kilometers away from the original point. Now why did I take it this side of R and not that side of R? See, now I am telling that Q is faster. If Q is faster, it means that Q will cover more distance, P will cover lesser distance, which means that the point will shift towards P because Q is going to cover more distance than P. So that would mean that the distance point R, which is a new meeting point, will be closer to P, will be closer to A rather than B, because A is now going slower, B is going faster. So if both of them are running for the same time, B is going to cover more distance than A. So this point is going to shift towards P by 20 kilometers. Now again, in this particular scenario also, the ratio of their distances will again be 5:3. But here who will cover 5 times? Because this guy is covering, is having the higher speed, he will cover 5 times. A will cover only 3 times the distance, which means that this distance now becomes 5y and this remaining distance becomes 3y. Which tells you what? That this was 5y earlier, this was 3y, this is now 5y. So I can say that if this is 3y, this has to be 2y. If this 2y is equal to 20 kilometers, then what is y? Y becomes equal to 10 kilometers. If y is 10 kilometers, what is the distance between P and Q? The original distances were 5y, 3y, so total was 8y. Y is equal to 10, so the distance between them is 80 kilometers. How did we get this? From this basic idea that the ratio of the distances would be the same as the ratio of the speeds. In the first case, this was 5 times, this was 3 times. In the second case, it would shift towards the shorter distance. It would shift towards the person who is slower. So because of that, it would shift towards P. That would mean that this is 3 times, this is 5 times. This gap is 2y. The gap between the shifting of points will become 2y, that is 20 kilometers. So the overall distance becomes 80 kilometers. Did anybody not understand this one? If anybody has any difficulty with understanding this one, let me know. Can we move forward? Easy question, or did you feel this was tough? Okay, we'll move to the next question. Okay, I want you guys to give your best again. Okay, one small request before we move on to the next question. Guys, please follow us on our Instagram channel. The reason for that is that currently a lot of application deadlines will come in. There'll be some college application deadlines before CAT also. So I want you to actually be aware of all the application deadlines. I don't want you to forget even a single deadline. So we'll be putting up all the information on our Instagram channel. So please make sure that you follow us so that you do not miss any single application deadline. So follow us. Our Insta ID is Cracku Exam. Okay, so let's go to the next question. Try to solve this one. This is not easy, but the key remains the same. I told you about escalators. What is the key to solving escalator questions? Remember, no matter what the scenario, the number of steps on the escalator remain constant. So in whatever scenario, say that scenario 1, this is the number of steps on the escalator. Scenario 2, this is the number of steps on the escalator. If you equate them, you will get the answer. Yes, we will also update on our Insta. Don't worry about that. So you can also subscribe to our YouTube channel. But YouTube does not show it with the same frequency, the community updates, the way Insta does. So that's why I was asking people to follow us on Insta, because you will definitely see the application deadlines in that case. (30:18), where did you get that? Subtract part of... Mohit, I didn't understand where you got, okay, 2 laps faster, 20. So firstly, speed is 30:18, no, it was 15:24, right? So I don't know how you got 5:3, it was a 3:4 ratio. And 3:4 ratio basically means like when this guy finishes 3 laps, he'll finish 4 laps. So he's 1 lap ahead. So basically whenever this guy is finishing 3 laps, this guy is coming and meeting him at the same starting point, and he has completed 1 extra lap. So he's completed 4 laps at that same point. So if you think of it, when this guy completes this guy completes say one lap, this guy has completed 1/3 lap. So when the slower guy has completed 1 lap, he is 1/3 distance away. When he has completed 2 laps, he is 2/3 distance away. When he has completed 3 laps, this guy has come and joined him on the starting position. So the only place they are meeting, because their ratios are 3:4, is at the starting position. This guy is meeting at like 1/3, 1/3, 1/3. This other guy is meeting at the starting point only. So because of that, they are not meeting at any other point other than the starting position. Do we solve PYQs also, or do we have any session with recorded or planned solving entire PYQ? Debraj, we have entire PYQs. We have a lot of compilations of PYQs. So we have a compilation video of entire CAT 2024, all 3 slots QA. We have for CAT 2023, 2022 also. So I would say that is definitely something that you should see, but we have recorded videos for that, because again, having live sessions with that doesn't make a lot of sense. We have some previous year's questions sometimes in our recorded but we don't have only live sessions, only previous year, because we have a full compilation video of all the previous year's papers, quant questions, LRDI questions, everything. So a lot of people have come, some have said 48, some had said 50. Do you think that this is a tough question? Some are saying 50 also, 50 or 48. That is the confusion as such. So let's see how to solve this one. Anaya and Kabir are walking down. Anaya and Kabir are walking down on a downward moving escalator. Anaya completes 5 steps in the time it takes Kabir to complete 3 steps. Anaya walked 30 steps to reach the bottom, whereas Kabir walked only 24 steps to reach the bottom. How many steps are there on the stationary escalator? So say that Anaya took t seconds to do those 30 steps. Okay? She takes, if I say that the common time for both of these, so say Anaya takes say t seconds to do 5 steps and Kabir takes the same t seconds to do 3 steps. For her to do these 30 steps, how much time would she take? So time taken by Anaya, because she takes t seconds per 5 steps, the time taken for 30 steps would be 30 divided by 5 by t. So this is 60. Okay. So for her to complete these 30 steps, it will be 60 as time as such. For Kabir to complete 3 steps is t. So for him to complete 24 steps would be 24 divided by 3 by t. This is 3 by t is the speed, right? So this is 8. So this is 8t. So for Anaya to go down that downward moving escalator, it took 60 seconds. And for Kabir to go down that same escalator, it took 80 seconds. Now let the speed of the escalator be e. So what is our equation? What equation do we always use? The number of steps on the escalator. So number of steps on the escalator would be how much? So that is basically the number of steps taken by Anaya, that is 30, plus the number of steps moved by the escalator itself. So that would be the speed of the escalator into the total time taken, which is 60. So this is 60 over here. So number of steps is 30 plus 6et. In the second scenario, what is the second scenario? Number of steps would be the number of steps taken by Kabir, which is 24, plus the speed of the escalator into the total time that he has taken to do those 24 steps. So that is 24 plus e into 8t. So this is equal to how much? 24 plus 8et. Let's equate both of them. If I equate both of them, what do I get? 30 plus 6et is equal to 24 plus 8et. So how much is et? 2et is equal to 6, or e times t is equal to 3. Now if e times t is equal to 3, I put it back over here. 30 plus 6 times 3. 6 into 3. So this is 30 plus 6 into 18. 30 plus 18. 30 plus 18 is equal to how much? 48. So how much is the number of steps? N is equal to 48. Here I always tell you, no matter what the question in escalator is, write the equation for the number of steps. Number of steps first scenario, number of steps second scenario, equate them. We got the multiplier or the combined variable et. Once we had that this is 3, plug it in the first equation, we get the number of steps. In escalator, always remember, calculate for the number of steps. The number of steps, irrespective of the situation, remains constant. Okay? Simple question. Can we not assume that the speed of Anaya will be 5 and 3 steps per second respectively? See, I'll tell you Vedantika, where a lot of people could have made a mistake. And I think I know what happened. Where you assumed that since their speeds is 5:3, the time will be inverse of that, which is 3:5. But you can see it's not 3:5. Why is it not 3:5? Because their speeds are not 5:3. Their individual speed is 5:3. But the actual speed is 5 plus e, 3 plus e. Because of that, the time they spend on the escalator is not in the 3:5 ratio. Generally, time is inversely proportional to speed, right? So here you will have T2 by T1 is S2 by S1. Do not do this in escalators because the speed is their individual speed but with the escalator speed. Their individual speed with the escalator speed. Without knowing the escalator speed, you cannot take the ratio of time. So I think what you did, Vedantika, was found that the time would be 3:5. but that would be wrong. The time is not 3:5. In fact, if you can see the time ratio, if I take Anaya's and Kabir's time ratio, it is actually 3:4 ratio. Why? Because some part is done, some work is done by the escalator itself. From that, I can see that E has to have some value such that the eventual ratio of time is not 3:5, it is 3:4. So that is basically what is happening. Do not directly take the whatever is their personal speed. That is not the only speed. There is, you have to add the escalator speed also, and from that you can take the speed of the inverse of that will be the ratio of the time. Okay. Are we taking total steps as the distance we are deriving in T by D by S? Okay, ma'am, I am confused in elevator questions. Please explain the underlying concept. I cannot explain the full concept, but I'll tell you briefly what error or what mistake a lot of people do. Can we not assume the speed of this to be 5 per second, 3 per second for respectively? See, that's the issue, okay? What a lot of people make a mistake over here is, see, consider this escalator. Okay, now this person is going down 5 steps per second, but the escalator is also moving down. So what is happening? She is in, like, say, suppose she moves and she finishes the escalator in T seconds. Say her speed is 5 steps per second, okay? This is T seconds, and the escalator speed itself is, say, 1 step per second. So what is happening because of this? In T seconds, the total speed is 6 plus 1, that is 6 steps per second. So the total length of the escalator would be 6 times T. But what happens is that you only consider this top part over here, and then you make a mistake. So that's why what I always say is, consider, or whenever you are solving, consider the number of steps on the escalator. The number of steps on the escalator is equal to the number of steps that the person takes plus the number of steps that the escalator moves itself. So in both of these scenarios, whether it is Anaya moving or Kabir moving, in the first scenario, Anaya took how many steps? 30 steps. But the escalator itself moved. I don't know the speed of the escalator, but I can figure out what is the rough time for which the escalator moves. I can see that this, since she takes 5 steps in, say, T seconds and she took 30 steps, so I can say that she would have moved for 60 seconds. Let the speed of the escalator be E. So then I can say that this will be 6ET. This is 30 is the number of steps Anaya herself has moved. This is an basically a way of indicating the number of steps that the escalator has moved itself. Why 60? 60 basically I have taken because I am trying to create some kind of equivalence between the time taken by Anaya as well as the time taken by Kabir. The time taken by Anaya to do 30 steps versus the time taken by Kabir to do 24 steps. If I try to figure out what is the equivalence between them, I can say that 30 steps would be 6 times the time that she takes for 5 steps. For 24 steps, it would be 8 times the time he takes for 3 steps. So from that I get a relationship between the time and on time spent by them on the elevator. Once I get the relationship between the time spent on the elevator, I get how much has the elevator moved himself. From that I can get the number of steps as such. Always remember, this equation is your primary equation for solving all escalator based questions. If you remember this equation, that is fine, because this is forcing you to consider that there are 2 movements. One is the movement of the person, one is the movement of the escalator. So for that you have to figure out that how much time did you spend on the escalator, how much is the speed of the escalator, how much time did this person, other person spend on the escalator. By that you will get a relationship between the like the final number of steps on the escalator. Okay. So let's go to the next question. How n is this 6e plus 60? Any formula, ma'am? No direct formula. See, I figured out that, say, if T seconds, if, say, Anaya takes 5 steps in time, in the time it takes for her to take 5 steps, let this time be T, right? If it is T, 5 steps is T, 30 steps is 60. For him, 3 steps is T. So if 3 steps is T, then 84 steps will be 8T. So I know that Anaya spent 60 seconds on the elevator, 6T, not 60, 6T seconds on the elevator, and Kabir spends 8T seconds on the elevator. So with that, I know that if the elevator speed is E, the number of steps moved by the elevator would be 6 into ET, and for the other case it would be 8 into ET. With that, I can then get a relationship between the two, this as such. From that I get two linear equations, I solve it and I get the final question. Okay. Let's go to the next question. This is also an easy question, very simple, time, speed and distance, not difficult at all. How many questions are left? We have about 21 more questions, 20, I think 18 to 20 questions left. I didn't start the timer, but I'll give you one less minute because obviously this is not a difficult question and I have already given you a minute. Come on guys, it's not a difficult question. I want all of you to solve it. I'll give 30 more seconds. I want everyone to try. Come on, guys. Everyone should solve. Everyone should try. And even if you get a different answer, that's fine. But try. Try to solve this. Okay. So a lot of people have come in with the answer of B. The first one to get 8 right was Vishwant Kumar with B. Very well done. Then JG. Sonima, Vikas, Tanmay, Aditi, Samyak, Atul, UD for real, okay. Paridhi, Nitya, Uma, Dilshad, Yasir, Tejaswini, all of you are right. It is indeed B. It is 70 kilometers per hour. But let's see how to find that answer. So, a thief escaped from a police station at 8 a.m. on a vehicle whose speed is 50 kilometers per hour. At 9 a.m., he realized that he had dropped his passport on his way at a distance of 30 kilometers from the police station. He turned back, reached the spot and picked up his passport and continued to escape away from the police station. The police realized the thief had escaped and started chasing him at 10 a.m. What should be the minimum speed of the cops in kilometers per hour so that the thief gets caught by 1 p.m.? Assume that negligible time was spent in picking up the passport. So let us try to draw out this entire situation. This is the police station. And this is the thief escaping from it, okay? This is the direction in which he is escaping. So this is the police station. He starts at 8 a.m., okay? And at 9 a.m. he realized that he had dropped his passport. So 1 hour has passed. He's going at 50 kilometers per hour. 1 hour has passed. 8 a.m. to 9 a.m. is 1 hour. So in 1 hour, how much distance would he have covered? He would be at this point A, which is 50 kilometers away. And he realizes that he has dropped his passport at a distance of 30 kilometers from the police station. So suppose this is B, this will be 30 and this is 20. So he now has to go back. So 8 a.m. he has come to A, then he has to go back to B and then start running again. How much time would it take to actually, like, the police don't realize that he has escaped till 10 a.m., right? So for him to come back over here and go back again, where will he be at 10 a.m.? At 10 a.m. he would have covered a total of another, he's still going at 50 kilometers per hour, another 1 hour has passed, so he would have covered 50 kilometers. So 50 kilometers, in that he would go from A to B, then back from B to A, plus another 10 kilometers. That would be basically, he'll be at point C. By the time 10 a.m. rolls out, he'll be at point C. So at 8 a.m. he was here. This is at 8 a.m. At 9 a.m. he was here. And at 10 a.m. he went back and back again. So that is another 50 kilometers. So at 10 a.m. he is over here. Now suddenly the police wake up. He is how many kilometers away? This is 30, 20, 10. He is 60 kilometers away. And suddenly the police wake up and they have to cover this 60 kilometers head start that they have given him. He has a 60 kilometers head start. At 10 a.m. they start chasing him. So they have to cover this head start or this distance of 60 kilometers. And they have to catch him by 1 p.m. 1 p.m. from 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. is how many hours? 3 hours. So he has to be caught in 3 hours. So 60 kilometers of relative distance, relative head start has to be covered in 3 hours. That means their relative velocity should be such that in 3 hours 60 kilometers should be covered. So let's say relative velocity of the police with respect to the thief should be, there is a distance of 60 kilometers, there is a time of 3 hours. So the relative velocity should be 20 kilometers per hour. So they should be 20 kilometers per hour faster than him. Why is that the case? What is relative velocity? See, both the police are running in this direction and the thief is also running in this direction. Which means that since they are running in the same direction, we have to consider the difference of their speeds. Since the police has to catch the thief, it has to be faster than the thief. So it has to be 20 kilometers per hour faster than the thief. The thief's speed is 50 kilometers per hour. They are 20 kilometers per hour faster than 50 kilometers per hour. So what is the minimum speed that they should run at? 50 plus 20, that is 70 kilometers per hour. If you draw it out, if you figure out where exactly he is at 10 a.m., then it becomes easier. See, your idea should be to split the question into two parts. That before the police wake up, where is he? After the police wake up, where is he? There is a lot of drama before the police wake up, but it doesn't matter. Once you figure out that at the time the police woke up, he is 60 kilometers per away, it becomes a pretty simple question. Okay? Very easy question. What did you guys think? Simple question, right? Okay, so let's go. Okay, this is some version of this question I had given earlier. This is a TISNET previous year paper question, but this is like pretty similar as such. I want all of you guys to solve it because a lot of people found this difficult, but I know that you guys have solved something similar last year and I think you can solve this one also. Last marathon session. You solved something similar in our last marathon session and I think you can solve this one also. Come on. How 60 kilometers? He went 50 kilometers ahead. Then he realized I have dropped something which is back, it is 30 kilometers from the police station. So he has to go back 50 minus 30. So he goes back 20. Now he has to go back. He has 1 hour, right? So in 1 hour, he is going to cover a total of, because he is going at a speed of 50 kilometers per hour, he is going to cover a total of another 50 kilometers. This 50 kilometers includes the 20 kilometers he goes back, plus the 20 kilometers he goes back to his starting position that when he realized, plus another 10 kilometers. Because this back loop is one way 20, back 40, plus 10. So that is basically his earlier 50 plus 10, so that becomes 60 kilometers as such. How 10 came? Okay. So guys, continue with this question. I'll go back to that. So there was this difficulty about it. See, at 8 a.m. he is at the police station. He goes for 1 hour. At 9 a.m. where is he? He is 50 kilometers away. He is running at 50 kilometers per hour, right? So 1 hour he is 50 kilometers away. he realizes that his passport is at a distance of 30 kilometers from the police station. So it is at B. So he has to go back to B. If it is 30 kilometers from the police station, it is 20 kilometers away from him. So from A, he is going to go back to B. And then he's going to come back and continue to run in this old direction. He's not going to continue and go back to the police station, right? He's going to turn back and run back again in this direction. So after going to B, he's going to come back and move this side. How do I figure out where he will be? I know that the total distance covered in that 1 extra hour from 9 a.m. to 10 a.m. because his speed is 50 kilometers per hour and no time is spent in picking up the passport, he is going to cover a total of 50 kilometers. 20 kilometers back, 20 kilometers over here, he has covered 40 kilometers. There is 10 more kilometers to cover, which means that this will be this extra 10 kilometers covered. So that means that he'll be at point C, which is 10 kilometers from his original starting point, from this point A. So that means that this whole detour is of 40 kilometers. And because of this detour, instead of covering his usual 50 kilometers, he is only going to cover this additional 10 kilometers. So this 10 kilometers plus this 50 kilometers is 60 kilometers. So that means he gets a head start of 60 kilometers. Okay. There is also a good way to do it, King, where you are saying that he has taken a detour of 40 kilometers, where he went back and came back. So you deduct 40 kilometers, you get 210. From that, if you say that he is going to catch up 210 kilometers in 3 hours, you get 70. Even that is a valid way of doing. In this, basically, I wanted to break it down into parts so that there is no confusion. That I say, okay, 8 a.m. to 9 a.m. is this, 9 a.m. to 10 a.m. is this. But even your method is not wrong. It is also the correct method. Okay, a lot of people are saying D. Rahul with is the first with D. Yash with 27 D. Vikas is also there. Piyush. Okay. Adarsh, Sonema, 26.4. Not verified. You get. You're making some mistake over here. Okay. D 27. Yep, you're right, King. Okay. C. Ayama is getting C. In the above question, we can get the equations by saying D by S is 3R. See, yes, but you have to first figure out what the value D is. You have to figure out what is the distance between them. Once you have that, it becomes easier. The only complication was that because he was turning back and coming back, that was the only complication. Otherwise, it is a pretty simple question. Okay. So, okay, a lot of people have said D, one person had said C. So, what is the right answer? It is D, but we'll see how to get it. But well done, Rahul and Yash. You guys were the fastest to answer this question. And it's not a difficult question, but it's not a trivial question also. There is some amount of logic to it. So 2 guns were fired from the same place at an interval of 6 minutes. A person approaching the place observed that 5 minutes 52 seconds have elapsed between the hearing of the sound of the 2 guns. If the velocity of the sound is 330 meters per second, the man was approaching the place at what speed in kilometers per hour? So let us draw it out. Okay. This is the distance between the place at which it was fired and the observer. The observer it is given that he is coming towards the place. He is moving towards the place. Now suppose this is wave A is the first firing shot and wave B is the second firing shot. the distance between wave A, sound wave A, and sound wave B should be how much? It should be 6 minutes. So suppose at first this observer is at this point, he hears wave A. Okay, this is the wave A has reached him already. Okay, now 6 minutes later, B has started. Okay, now B is starting from this point, A has already reached the observer's ears, he has heard A. 6 minutes later, this B has started. 6 minutes, at that point also, the observer has also started moving. This is the point I am capturing, is when the observer has just heard the first wave. Now this is basically A has reached here, B is just starting from here. The second scenario is when the observer is hearing, this is the place, this was the original position of the observer. So this is say A dash. This is the new position of the observer. And suddenly this wave B has reached the observer. Instead of the 6 minutes that it should have taken, it has reached the observer in only 5 minutes 52 seconds. Why has it reached only in 5 minutes 52 seconds? Because the observer has moved forward. If the observer had been at his original position, the speed of sound is constant. So it would have reached that position of the observer in 6 minutes only. So these 8 seconds that are saved because the observer moved forward. Otherwise, in another 8 seconds, the wave would have reached the observer. So what is this distance? See, the speed of sound is given as 330 meters per second. So this distance, when he hears the second sound, this would be 5 minutes 52 seconds. So that would be, if I take 352 seconds, so this would be 352 seconds into 330 meters per second. This is the new distance between the place and the observer, place of firing and the observer. And this 8 seconds is basically the distance the sound wave did not cover because the observer moved forward. So how much distance did the observer cover in these 5 minutes 52 seconds? He covered a distance of this 8 seconds as such. So this is 8 into 330 would be the distance that is covered by the observer. He has, initially it was 6 minutes into 330 meters per second. He was that much away. Then he came a distance such that he was only 352 into 330 meters per second away. So this 8 seconds represents the total distance that was not covered by the sound wave but was instead covered by the observer. So his starting position and the ending position, what is the total distance covered by the observer? So the distance covered by the observer is the distance not covered by B sound wave, which is 8 seconds that was saved into 330 meters per second. So that means that he covered a distance of how much? This is 40, 24, 2640 meters. So that means in this 5 minutes 52 seconds, when both of them have come and met over here, this guy has moved 2640 meters per 2640 meters as such. So in 5 minutes 52 seconds, he has covered this much distance. So what is his speed? So the speed of the observer is the distance covered divided by the time taken. This is 352 seconds. So this is distance by time, 2640 divided by time, which is 352 seconds. How much is this? This is 32 times 11. This is 240 times 11. 240 by 32 would be, this is 8 times, this is 60 times. 60 by 8 would be how much? It would be 7.5. So observer is going at 7.5 meters per second. So he is going at 7.5 meters per second. The speed that we have found is in meters per second. And the speed in the options is in kilometers per hour. How do I convert it? I have to, when I convert from kilometers per hour to meters per second, I multiply by 5 by 18. When I am doing the reverse, when I am converting from meters per second to kilometers per hour, I have to multiply by 18 by 5. So 7.5 into 18 by 5. So this is 2 times 2.5, this is 3 times 2.5. So how much would this be? Sorry, 18 by 5. So this would be 3 times, this is 9 into 3, that is 27 kilometers per hour. So what is the answer? It is 27 kilometers per hour. You can also think of it in this way. That another way that you can think of it is that the distance, that is the speeds as such, should be in the ratio such that the distances covered will be in the same ratio as their speeds. From that also you can get a sense of the speed of the observer, because you have the speed of this guy, right? So you have the speed of the sound as 330. So the distance is covered, d1 by d2 should be the same as the speed which is of the observer. So this is distance by observer, distance by sound, speed of the observer, speed of the sound, because they are essentially starting and meeting at one point. From that you can also get the ratio of their speeds. Speed of sound is known, distance of the observer by distance of speed. Again, this is 350 into 330, this is 8 into 330. So basically the ratio of their speeds would be 8 by 352. From that also you can get that the speed is 7.5 meters per second, multiply by 8 by 15 to get the final speed. Okay. So okay. Thank you, Teja. I hope that it was very useful for you. Okay. For me also was 26.4. Can you explain how it is 2640 by this? Okay. See, how did I get 2640? See, again, how did I get the distance traveled by the observer? So the observer was here initially, okay? This point, A point, was the starting point that he was basically some distance away from the speed of where the place was this. He moved towards the place of firing. How much did he move? He basically cut out 8 seconds of the speed of sound. 8 seconds of the sound wave ka movement he cut out. 8 seconds mein how much would the sound wave would have moved? That would be speed of the sound wave into the time that it is 8 seconds. So 8 into 330 meters per second would give me the total distance. So that is basically the distance covered by the observer, because he has basically cut down those 8 seconds. By moving towards the speed of the sound, or by moving from the place of firing, I have cut down 8 seconds. So 8 seconds I have to multiply by the speed of sound, because I have cut down 8 seconds of the movement of the sound. So 8 seconds into 330 will give me the distance that the observer has traveled, which is 2640. Another thing, now if it is 2640 that he has traveled, okay, how much time did he take to actually cover 2640 meters as such? So he started traveling when the first wave was heard, okay. So from the time he heard the first wave to the time he heard the second wave, he was traveling. So that time is basically the time it takes for the second wave to come from here to here. That is basically how much he hears the second wave 5 minutes 52 seconds later. So he hears it in 352 seconds. So he has traveled for 352 seconds, and then this 352 seconds he has covered 2640 meters. So that way I get that his speed is 2640 divided by 352, that is 7.5 meters per second. Okay. Okay. So let's go to the next part. This is an easy question. I think the last one was slightly harder. This is an easy question again. Everybody can answer. Come on guys, you can solve this one. He will be moving for the interval of 6 minutes. No. 6 minutes, basically I think, okay, this is the place at which it was fired, okay, firing is done. Sound wave starts moving. It reaches here, he hears this is the observer, he hears the first sound wave. So he is going to start moving at this point when he hears the first sound wave, okay. Then he is going to start moving. From there, the second sound wave has started. The second sound wave is going to start and he is going to meet the second sound wave. How many seconds later? 5 minutes 52 seconds later. He started after he heard the first sound. Between the sound wave A and sound wave B, how much time did it take? He took 5 minutes 52 seconds. So he was traveling for 5 minutes 52 seconds. When he heard the second sound wave, he stopped. So between the two sound waves is when he is traveling. And for him, that distance or that time is 5 minutes 52 seconds. For the person who is firing, that time is 6 minutes. But for the observer, he starts when the first shot is heard, he stops when the second shot is heard. That time for him is 5 minutes 52 seconds. So he is traveling for 5 minutes 52 seconds. Okay. Don't get confused. See, basically here there are 2 points of reference of the person who's firing the shot and the observer. Ignore the perspective of the person who is firing the shot. Only take a look at the perspective of the observer. The observer starts after sound wave A and ends after sound wave B, and that distance he covers is for 3 minutes 52 seconds. Okay, so some people are coming in with the answers C. Okay, what else? C, 35. Shubham is the first to answer with 35. Close behind is Sonima with also C. Vikas also with C. Uma also with C. Vedantika also with C. Come on guys, there are last 23 seconds. I want everyone to solve it. Come on, try to solve it. This is not a difficult question. This is an easier question than the earlier one. Okay, time is up. A lot of people have gotten it right. It is C, 35. Very good job, all of you. The first to answer is Shubham, then is Sonima, then is Vikas, Uma, Vedantika, Yash, Teja, Rubal, Management Minds, UD for Real, Rahul, Adarsh, Nitin, Yasir, Saurabh, Anamika. All of you, very well done. It is correct. It is C. So let's see how to solve this one. A man covers a distance of 1200 kilometers in 70 days, resting 9 hours a day. If he rests 10 hours a day and walks with a speed of 1.5 times the previous speed, then in how many days will he cover 840 kilometers as such? Since there is basically, because there is difference in the number of hours he is walking, we should figure out what is his speed in terms of kilometers per hour of walking, not per day. Because here, the first scenario he is walking for 24 minus 9, he is walking for 15 hours. In the second scenario, he is walking for only 14 hours. So let us first find out what is his speed in kilometer per hour. So he is traveling 1200 kilometers. In how many hours? He walks for 70 days. And for each day, he rests for 9 hours a day, which means that he is walking for the remaining 15 hours of the day. So he does that in these many hours. So 1200 kilometers in 70 into 15 hours. So how much is that? So his speed is equal to 1200 kilometers divided by 70 into 15 hours as such. This is kmph. So how much is his speed? This is 80 by 70. This is 0 cancels. This is 8 by 7 kilometers per hour. So in 1 hour he covers 8 by 7 kilometers. Now he will walk with a speed 1.5 times his usual speed, his previous speed. So what does new speed say? Suppose this new speed is ns. What is his new speed? It will be 1.5 times 8 by 7. So this will be 12 by 7 kmph. How many distance? What is the distance that he travels? He travels a distance of 840 kilometers. Suppose he travels for say d days. So he travels this in d days, walking at 12 by 7 kilometers per hour, and for how many hours a day? He rests for 10 hours a day. So he's basically walking for 24 minus 10. So he's walking for 14 hours as such. So d days into 14 hours, that is the total number of hours, into 12 by 7. This should give you the total distance traveled. This should be equal to 840 kilometers. So can I solve this equation to get the value of d? So this is into 2, this is 70 times, this is 35. So if I solve, if I cancel, I get d is equal to 35 days. So if he travels for 35 days for 14 hours every single day at the speed of 12 by 7 kilometers per hour, he will cover 840 kilometers. So the correct answer is option C, 35. This was a very easy question, right? Just direct time, speed, distance formula, nothing much to it. New speed, change in speed, just find out kilometers per hour, what is the speed. New speed, find the time. Very, very simple question. These are the kind of questions that you should definitely get. 3.5, but then you should have immediately figured out that you messed up with 1 0 somewhere, and still you would have definitely marked option, correct option as such. Okay, so let's go with the next question. Okay. One more thing that I will say, that for those guys who are looking for Cracku's crash course, for those who want to prepare with like a plan, with a structure, do check out Cracku's crash course. So we have just 2 months left. There's a course which is starting, which is like a 55-day program, which is starting on Monday, that is tomorrow, 6th October. So in 55 days, we plan to cover the entire syllabus. Make sure that you have every study material that is needed. So we have a huge question bank, daily schedule, all the concepts covered, the entire schedule is covered, syllabus is covered, and you will also have access to very high quality mocks and sectionals, also a very in-depth question bank. In addition to that, you have mentorship, you have daily live classes. So if you're looking for a way to prepare for CAT, and if you're worried that in 55 days, can I crack CAT or not, do check out our crash course, because that would be the one way in which you can crack CAT in 55 days. So do check out our batch. It starts Monday. So let's take a look at, they went to, okay, let's go to the next question. Guys, try to solve this one. This is not a difficult question one. Price management minds, just message us. You see the email number that is given in the chat box, right? If you message us, WhatsApp us, we'll definitely reach out to you, and then we can help you find the right course for you. I and silly mistakes are old friends. That's fine, Aditya. See, silly mistakes are basically lack of practice. When I do something for the first time, I also find it difficult to get in the zone to be very accurate. But if you do it n number of times, you will be more accurate. Accuracy is inaccuracy. Silly mistakes are just an indicator that you have to have more practice. You have to basically be in the zone mentally. If you are distracted, then silly mistakes come in. And you're distracted when you're not really putting your full effort. So put in your full effort, it will not be anything that will hold you back. Okay, see already. Murugan, just take a look at it properly. Last 37 seconds, everybody should attempt this. This is an easy question. You should be able to attempt this. This is something that I would say that can come in CAT, because it is not trivial, not super easy also, but not too difficult also. So you should definitely know how to solve these kind of questions. Come on guys, I want some more answers. All of you who are watching, come on, try to solve this question. So correct, all of you have gotten it correct, very well done. Especially Chanchal, you got it first. Khushi, also very well done. Aditya Raj, Shubham, Vikas, Management Minds, Rahul, Sonima, Vibhor, Paridhi, Piyush, Adarsh, Ayama, Yash, Nitin, Rubal, Shreyas, Kavin Raja, Vijay, Yash, Uma, Atul, Yasir, Sudhanshu, Saurabh put CC, but not correct. Okay. So a lot of you got it right. Excellent work, all of you. Aditi, Anamika, Atreyi, Hasini, and Kashish. Very well done, all of you. Anybody who tried has something that they have done, put in that effort. Okay. So if you have tried, even if you didn't get the right answer, that is fine. But what I want is effort. And anybody who tried, you did very well. Okay. So let's see how to do this particular question. Two persons, A and B, start from the same point and travel from Chandigarh to Ambala. The distance between Chandigarh and Ambala is 60 kilometers. Speed of A is 4 kilometers slower than the speed of B. When B when he reaches Ambala, starts back via the same route without taking any rest and meets A who are still 12 kilometers away from Ambala. Find the speed of A. So this is Chandigarh to Ambala. This is Chandigarh, this is Ambala. There is A and B. Okay? A is fast, A is slower, B is faster. So basically, when B meets A, it is at this point such that A still has 12 kilometers to go to Ambala. So this is their meeting point where A and B meet, such that this is 12 kilometers. The overall distance is 60 kilometers. So if this distance overall is 60, how much is the distance that A has already covered? 60 minus 12. So he has covered 48 kilometers. So he has covered 48 kilometers. Distance covered by A is 48 kilometers. In that same time, how much distance has B covered? He has first gone to Ambala, so he has covered 60 and then started back for Chandigarh. So he has covered this 60 plus 12. So in the time taken by A to cover 48 kilometers, B has covered 60 plus 12, that is 72 kilometers. This is in the same time, so it's a question of constant time. When you have constant time, what can you say? That the ratio of the distances will be equal to the ratio of the speeds. So this would be the ratio of the speeds also. So 48 by 72 would be the ratio of the speeds. Speed of A divided by speed of B. This is essentially 24 times 2. This is 24 times 3. So speed of A and speed of B is in the ratio 2:3. This ratio is 2:3. But it's given that A is 4 kilometers slower than B. So let A speed be 2x and B speed be 3x. What is the difference between their speed? It is x. So x is given as 4 kilometers per hour. The difference between the speed is given as 4 kilometers per hour. So that means what is speed of A? 2 times 4, that is 8 kilometers per hour. The speed of A is 8 kilometers per hour. That of B would be 3 times that, that is 12 kilometers per hour. But we are asked the speed of A, so the correct answer is option B, 8 kilometers per hour. Pretty simple, right? See, remember, draw this out. If you make this diagram correct, right? If you make no mistake in this one diagram, put effort in making that diagram as accurate as possible, you will not make a mistake in any time, speed, distance question. The errors come in when you stop drawing. When you stop making the effort to draw it accurately, then errors start coming. So make that diagram correctly, you will not make a mistake. Okay. So let's go to the next question. Okay. Try answering this one. I will tell you one thing that even I struggle with these questions. The reason for that is that the speed is there in the denominator. You will get a quadratic equation. You have to solve a quadratic equation. Don't shy away from solving quadratic equations. That is what is needed for this particular question. Okay. With that, I'll leave all of you to answer this question. Come on. Shreyas, don't worry. Basically, when a lot of people, when they make silly mistakes, it's basically from the fact that they are not used to it. When you do something for the first time, right? See, think of it in this way that when you're, say, cooking for the first time, or you're making anything, you're drawing for the first time. When you do things like very infrequently, you'll make a lot of mistakes. You will make silly mistakes. You do something regularly, you will have muscle memory of it. You will have like a lot of memory of how to solve that particular part. So that will only come from a lot of repetitive solving. So even in this particular session, we are solving a lot of questions. So that issue will slightly be overcome by just solving a lot of questions. Just solve a lot of questions and maybe meditate a bit. Be more mindful of your time, of your attention. If you have good attention and if you have good practice, you will not make silly mistakes. A lot of people have already given the answer. Come on, very good job. So Darshana is in with B, 750. Vikas is with B. Atharva is with B. Yash with 750. I'll give you some more time, 45 seconds. Come on guys, you can still answer this. The guys who have already answered, also put why or how, because after the first person has answered, people just start answering 750 or whatever has been the popular answer. So I also tell me how. I want also the first person who gives the right explanation, also I'll give a shout out to them. Using options, Danshu, that's not good enough. This is something that you can solve without options. But that's also a good strategy, okay? No pain with that also. Did by options. See, in generally, whenever there is quadratic equations, no, people do by options. Otherwise, might require quadratic equations. Yes, that is the issue. But with options, it becomes much easier, right? But what will you do if they give theta questions with this? So you should know how to do it the long way also. Sakshi, try again. Okay, Gautam is saying 1500 by this. Continue, Gautam. I'm here to this. Write down the whole thing, then we can get this. Okay, so the time is up. Most of you have gotten it right. It's not a difficult question, but I generally hate these kind of questions whenever they come in Dashcat because you have to solve a quadratic equation, and I generally dislike it to solve a quadratic equation. Because if I wanted to solve a quadratic equation, I would do algebra. When it comes as part of time, speed, distance, I generally don't like it. But many times, whenever, instead of giving time, whenever they give speed and change in speed, you end up with quadratic equations and you have to solve a quadratic equation to get the correct answer. So let's see how to do this. So aeroplane takes 30 minutes later than it takes off 30 minutes later than the scheduled time, and in order to reach its destination 1500 kilometers away in time, it has to increase its speed by 250 kilometers per hour from its usual speed. Find its usual speed. So here is basically, this is 1500 kilometers. Suppose the usual time is say t, okay, and its usual speed is say s, okay. So t is equal to how much? It would be 1500 by s. Now the issue that has taken place is that the time he has taken off is 30 minutes later. Now to cover up those 30 minutes, he has decided to increase his speed by 250 kilometers per hour from his usual speed. And then he'll actually come in time. Otherwise, he would actually be 30 minutes late because he started 30 minutes late. So that means that this t minus half an hour, that is he's trying to cover up, this is basically 1500 divided by s plus 250. So if I take s plus 250 in the denominator, I'm going to cover up or reduce the time by half an hour. So if I deduct, what do I get? I get 1500 by s minus 1500 by s plus 250 is equal to half. I am already sure this is a quadratic equation because I am getting variables in the denominator. So let me try to do this. So this is 1500. This is s plus 250, sorry, s plus 250 minus s upon s into s plus 250. I'm just basically taking the difference of that fractions. This is equal to half, right? So this is how much s cancels. So this is 250. So 1500 into 250, I'll take this half also over here in the denominator, into 2 is equal to s into s plus 250. So I get a quadratic equation which is of what form? So I get s square plus 250s minus, so this is 1500 into 500. So that is 75,000. No, 75 plus 4 zeros. So 750,000. This is equal to 0. I get a quadratic equation. Let me try to solve this quadratic equation. So what would give me a product of 750,000 such that the difference is 250? I can think of this 1000 and 750. 1000 and 750, the difference is of 250, but I take the product, it is 750,000. So basically I'll split this 250s as 1000s minus 750s. So this is s square plus 1000s minus 750s minus 750k. This is equal to 0. So I take s into s plus 1000 minus 750 into s plus 1000. This is equal to 0. So I get the two values, the two products as s minus 750 into s plus 1000. This is equal to 0. So either s is equal to 750 or s is equal to minus 1000. Can the value be negative? No, speed can never be negative. So his speed is s is equal to 750 kilometers per hour. We are asked his usual speed, so that we find is 750 kilometers per hour, which is option B. A lot of you guys did the smart thing, which is not bother with all of these things, not bother with making this quadratic equation. What did they do directly? They saw these two equations. You just make these two equations, okay? And then you do the smart thing of using the options. So if I use the options, 1000 kilometers per hour, t becomes 1.5. In this case, it becomes 1500 divided by 12.5. That would be 5 by 6 by 5, which is not the same as half lesser. I can eliminate 1000. Take 750 kilometers per hour. In this case, 1500 by 750, it becomes 2. 1500 by 1000 becomes 1.5. Yes, 2 and 1.5, the difference is half, which is exactly what I need. So from just these two equations and by using the options, you can easily and very quickly find out the right answer. Whenever you have these kind of questions and options are given, definitely use them, because that will cut down the time that is taken to solve the questions by quite a bit. You don't need to do all these quadratic equations and all. Here directly, if I have these two equations, I figure out what is the value of s such that it fits those two equations, because otherwise I have to solve a quadratic equation, which is not that painful, but why waste time unnecessarily? So this is basically how you get 750 kilometers per hour. Okay. Correct, Gautam, your thinking is correct. Rahul, you also got it right. Jaya also got it right. If initial speed is 750, then plane will cover 2 hours. But if it is delayed by 30 minutes, then it will increase by this, and then you will cover it in 1.5 hours. Correct, Vikas. Very good thinking. But I'm guessing you also did it in using the options. Okay. No need for quadratic equation, just equate distance. Not really, because still you will get, basically it will be in inverse this. So you will still get a quadratic equation. How is t minus half thought t plus half? No. Why is it t minus half? Because the flying time is t half an hour lesser. He covers up the distance by increasing speed. So the plane only flies for t minus half hours. Why? Because half hour is spent on the ground only. No, he didn't take off for half hour. So t minus half hour he flies. How much is the flying time is t minus half hours. The distance remains same, which is 1500 kilometers. And you get s plus 250 as such. Sorry about that. Okay. Solving for t is shorter. That is also possible. I think if you removed t by putting, again over here also you will like say that st and s plus 2 minus this, still you could have done the same thing. Maybe you could have avoided the complexity over here by cancelling the quadratic side on both sides. So here let's go to the next question. Start timer. Come on guys, this is not a difficult question at all. I hope all of you solve it. I see 122 people on the stream. Every one of you can solve this. This is an easy question. Come on guys. Also the guys who have still not liked the stream, please like the stream. It helps us quite a bit. So please like the stream if you found this stream helpful. Easy question. Darshana came in like a bullet with the answer. Come on guys, all of you should be able to solve it. This is a fairly easy question. Nancy is saying, ma'am, I started mocks late, so what should I do? Please tell me how many mocks and sectionals are good to give. I would say that if you have started your mocks now, no worries. It's fine that if you have not started it earlier also. But what I would say is that from now till CAT, try to give 15 mocks. There are 55 days left to go. So I would say that try to give every 3, or maybe say 15 might be too much. Try to give 10 mocks plus 5 sectionals of the weakest section. 10 mocks should be good enough. You are giving every 5 days. You put analysis between those 2 mocks and put a lot of effort on solving questions from the study room also. So if you do 10 mocks properly plus 5 sectionals from your weakest section plus study room questions wherever you identify a weakness, that should also be fine. But don't go below 5 if you don't go below 10, because below 10 would not be good. Okay. A lot of people are with the answer B. B. Very well done. Most of you have gotten it right. It's not a difficult question, but it's a conceptual question. If you have clarity of how upstream downstream works, this is a fairly simple question. A boat goes 96 kilometers upstream in 8 hours. So what is his upstream speed? What is his upstream speed? So let's say boat speed is B, stream speed is S. So boat plus stream is his downstream speed, and upstream speed will be B minus S. So what is his upstream speed? He goes 96 kilometers in 8 hours. So this is 96 by 8. This is 12 kilometers per hour. What is the speed when he goes downstream? The same distance moving downstream is 6 hours. So B plus S is how much? 96 divided by 6. So this is equal to 16 kilometers per hour. So basically his speed going downstream is 16 kilometers per hour. His speed going upstream is 12 kilometers per hour. We are given. Next day it starts from the point A, goes downstream for 1 hour, then upstream for 1 hour. Repeats, goes downstream and repeats this 4 more times. That is 5 times upstream, 5 times downstream. So let's start, okay. He starts over here. He goes downstream. In 1 hour, what would be his downstream speed? His downstream speed is 16 kilometers per hour. So in 1 hour, he is going to cover how much distance? He is going to cover 16 kilometers distance. So suppose he starts at A, he goes to B. This is 16 kilometers. Now he is going to come back up upstream. Again in 1 hour, what is his upstream speed? 12 kilometers per hour. So of this 16, he is going to cover back 12 and come over here. So if he is going to cover back 12, this is B dash. What is the total distance that he has displaced? 16 down, 12 up. So it is net 4 down. So his net after this one transaction, one loop, he is essentially starting from a point which is 4 kilometers downstream. He does this 5 more times. Again, next time also from this point he will go 16 down, then 12 back up. Again he is 4 kilometers more downstream. He does that 3 more times. In total he does this 5 times. Upstream, downstream, upstream, downstream, upstream. In each of these turns he is going to go 4 kilometers downstream. 4 kilometers more downstream than upstream, which means that 4 into 5 he is going to be 20 kilometers downstream of A. In one loop he is going 4 kilometers. In 2 loops he is going to go 8 kilometers, 3, 12, 4, 16 and 5 he is going to be 20 kilometers downstream. How are people answering in 10 seconds? How do I improve my speed? They have conceptual clarity, Murugan. This is a very conceptual question, so it becomes easy to answer if you have very clear idea of upstream, downstream. See, a lot of things I didn't even bother with. See, you could have spent time finding out what is the speed of boat, speed of stream, but it was not needed because what it was asking is his upstream distance and downstream distance. From that, you didn't have to waste a lot of time to figuring out unnecessary things. This speed comes with solving a lot of questions. Okay. So I'll be handing over to Maruti. He'll be doing the next remaining questions. Okay, guys, keep solving. This is very important to doing well in CAT.
Okay guys, let's look at the next question. I think this is a standard question. We have 110 people who are watching us live. Guys, please do like the stream. We got 351 likes, which is more than what we wanted at the start, but let us maybe set the targets also slightly higher. Let us try to aim for 400 likes before the stream ends. So we need around, say, 50 more likes. Anush Tomar is saying, sir, how should I analyze mocks? Basically, there are certain things that you should analyze mocks. The way you have to look at it is, what are the things that you're doing well? What are the things that you have to improve in? Those are the things that you should find out when you're taking a mock. So you have to figure out each section in quant, LRDA, and verbal. What is it that you need to do to maybe get, say, 2 more questions correct? Some of the things you have to make a list of, like the questions that you should ask yourself. Are you selecting the right questions? Are you spending more time on a lot of time on any particular question? In LRDA, you should probably ask yourself, are you picking the right sets? And are you making use of the theta questions? Are you making intelligent guesses for the theta questions? In verbal, you should try to see whether your accuracy in RCs, how is it? Your accuracy in verbal, how is it? Another thing that I would recommend you to do is your attempts in sectionals and mocks, are they different? Like if you're attempting a quant sectional and you're attempting a quant mock, are you roughly getting the same marks? Because otherwise it might maybe mean that when you're taking a mock, you're maybe getting tired towards the end of the mock. Also try to see in verbal as well as in quant if your accuracy is dipping with time. So are you starting off well but not able to focus towards the end of it? So essentially you should try to figure out and use the mocks to understand where you are going wrong. That should be your goal. Okay, the time is up. Let us try to solve this question, guys. So in this question, what we are told is that a watch shop owner buys 50 watches from a wholesaler at 2/3 of the market price. So let us assume that the market price is, say, M. So he is buying at 2/3 the market price. He plans to sell the watches at a minimum of 30% profit. So if the profit percentage is 30%, what is the selling price? The selling price would be cost price, which is 2/3 M, into 1 plus profit percentage, which is 1.3. So this will be equal to 2.6 M divided by 3. Now what is the maximum discount that he can give to the customers to earn the minimum profit? The minimum profit basically is 30% profit. So what is the maximum discount that he can give? The market price is M, the selling price is 2.6 M by 3. So the discount he can give is M minus 2.6 M divided by 3. And because you want to calculate it as a percentage, you divide it again by M and you multiply it with 100. This will be 0.4 by 3 into 100, which is equal to 40 by 3 percentage. This will come to 13.33%. So the answer for this question is option C. Let me see who all got this correct and give a shout out to them before going to the next question. This is not a difficult question, so I hope many people got it correct. The people who got it correct, okay. Sudhanshu Saini, Vibhor Garwal, Yash Wadhwani, Piyush, Vikas Chaudhary, Nainsi Dubey, Saurabh Chalana, Vishwanath Kumar, Yash Daji, Sonima Dwivedi, Apollyon, okay, Rubal, Atulit, Ati Kumar, Atul, Kavin Raja, Shubham Agarwal, and Anish Tomar. Let us go to the next question, guys. One thing I wanted to tell you is we have uploaded and updated this AM call predictor. I think this is extremely accurate now. We have filed multiple RTIs. We'll be posting all the RTIs that we posted and whatever information that we received also on our Instagram channel pretty soon. But I would actually say that this is pretty accurate and we are showing the percentile that you would need to get a call from the top 40 institutes, not 5, not 10, not 20, top 40 institutes, all of them backed by data. Definitely do check it out. I don't think there is any issue with it, but if you do find any issue with it, with any of the particular institutes, please do send us a mail at support@cracku.in. We have a couple of people who are dedicated to ensuring that this is as accurate as it can be, and we'll try to fix it. So definitely do check it out. You have to just enter all of your details, your name, your percentile, all of that, your category, gender, all of them. And when you click on it, you'll get your percentile that you need. And we are looking at the top 40 colleges. The data is available for 40 of them, which I think is pretty cool. Okay guys, check this out. This is the next question. I think this is a straightforward question, a very simple question. I hope many of you actually get it correct. Do let me know also in the chat. Ayush Joshi is saying, sir, how to keep ourselves motivated to keep going? Basically, I would say that you have to, CAT is a journey where you have to introspect quite a lot. You have to figure out what works for you, what doesn't work for you, because it also helps you grow up as an individual. So you have to figure out what is it that motivates you. For example, when I was younger, I would have role models, like people who are studying in these institutes. I would really look up to them. And whenever I would see them or talk to them, or even if I hear them speak, okay, or if I know a friend of a friend who went to any of these institutes, any of these things motivated me. And I would try to have conversations, if not with them, at least about them. And I would also try to read many of the forums. In those days, they used to be actually pretty positive. Like I used to read the interview experiences of these guys on the internet. I would try to see where these guys have gone. So all of these things used to motivate me. Sometimes I used to just think of how it would be to be in those institutes. So all of these things really would motivate me, and it would be like my dream to get into these institutes. So you have to figure out what it is that you want, or what is it that motivates you. For me or for anyone, I would feel that if you are motivated only by the salary that you would get after an MBA, I would think that is not strong enough motivation. Because at some point you can tell yourself that, okay, I don't need money. So if it is just money, I don't think it would be motivating yourself. So you have to figure out what is it that motivates you. For me, I always used to feel that, okay, doing well in an examination, okay, going to that institute would be like something I would cherish, okay. And it was actually true also. So you have to figure out what is it that would motivate you to put in the effort. You have to understand yourself better. Okay guys, let me try to answer this question. The time is up. In this question, we are told that there is a Kirana store owner who purchases one packet of peanut butter and jam for 100 rupees. He sells both of them together as a bundle and sells peanut butter at a loss of 20% and jam at a profit of 25%. Overall, he makes a profit of 7 rupees. What is the cost price of a packet of peanut butter? So let us assume that the cost price of a peanut butter packet is P and the cost price of jam is J. What we are told that P plus J is rupees 100. Now if you are selling peanut butter at a loss of 20%, you are selling it for 0.8p. And if you are selling jam at a profit of 25%, you are selling the jam at 1.25 J. This we are told is giving you a profit of 7 rupees. So this would equal 107. What we are required to calculate is the value of peanut butter, which is P. This is two equations. If you solve them, you will get the value of P and J. Let us multiply this equation with 1.25. So what you are getting is 1.25P plus 1.25J is equal to 125. If you subtract the first equation from the second equation, you are going to get 0.45p is equal to 18, or the value of p is 18 divided by 0.45, which is equal to 40. So the answer for this question is option A, which is rupees 40. Let me give a shout out to the students who have done well and solve this question quickly before going to the next one. Yash Wadhwana, Vikas Chaudhary, Sonima Dwivedi, Aditya Kumar, Anamika, Nitin Chanakya Gunam, Piyush, Atul, Vaishnavi, Vibhor Garwal, Hasini, Shubham, Rekha Rani, Yash Darji, Yasir, Rajas, Khushi, Atharva and Saurabh Chalana. Well done guys. Let us go to the next question. We have more than 100 people watching the stream guys. Please do like the stream. We have 350 likes. I think we can just get another 40 likes or so. Please do like the stream. This also I think is a standard question, a fairly straightforward question. I hope most of you get it correct. Prajit is saying, sir, I'm doing decent in LRD and VRC, but Quant, I'm able to attend like 4 or 5 questions right. What to do, sir? I would say you have to practice a lot in Quant. Unless you practice a lot, it is not easy to improve. That I think is the first thing. The second mistake I would actually think people are doing is they're only preparing certain parts of Quant. If you're only preparing arithmetic, you are going to suffer in the rest. So I would tell you that if an easy question comes from any of the topics, you should be able to answer it. An easy question from modern maths, from functions, from logarithms, permutations, combinations, if it is an easy question, you should get it correct. If it is a medium question, then you are not getting it correct in some of the topics, I think it's okay. If it is a hard question and you're not getting it correct, that is completely fine. But if it is an easy question from any of the topics, you should get it correct. That is a level of difficulty of 1, at least from the basis of the Cracku books. If it is from any topic, you should get it correct. That I think should be the first thing. That should be a good target. Other than that, you should focus on the 3 important topics, which is arithmetic, algebra, geometry. If you don't have time or if you're not confident about either arithmetic or algebra or geometry, I would say arithmetic is obviously the most important one. And then try to do at least the second level LOD 2 questions in algebra and geometry. But arithmetic I think is extremely important. Okay guys, time is up. Let us try to solve this question. The cost price of an article A is 200 more than the cost price of an article B. So if you assume that the cost price of A is equal to B plus 200, where the cost price of B is B. Article A was sold at 10% loss. So article A was basically sold at 0.9A and article B was sold at 25% profit. So article B was sold at 1.25B. This will be the total selling price in that particular case. If the overall profit earned after selling both of the articles was 4%. So what is the overall cost price? The total cost price is A plus B. If A is sold at a loss of 10%, it is 0.9A, that is the selling price. If B is sold at a profit of 25%, the selling price of B is 1.25B. Both of them together, they are getting a profit of 4%. So this is equal to 1.04 into the total cost price, which is A plus B. This would tell us that 0.9A plus 1.25B is equal to 1.04A plus 1.04B, or 0.14A is equal to 0.21B, or the value of 2A is equal to 3B, or the value of A is equal to 3 by 2 times the value of B. But what we know is that A is B plus 200. So this would imply that 3 by 2B is equal to B plus 200, or the value of B by 2 is equal to 200. So the value of B is equal to 400, and the value of A, which is equal to 3 by 2 times the value of B, is equal to 600. So this would tell us that the cost price of article B is rupees 400, which is option B. Let me give a shout out to the students who got this correct quickly, and after that go to the next question. The students who got it correct quickly are Vikas Chaudhary, Rubal Yadav, Yash Vadhwani, Sonima Dwivedi, Atul, Aati Kumar, Anamika, Shubham Agarwal, Nitin Chanakyagunam, Piyush, Rekha Rani, Colin Pinto, Hasini, Sudhanshu, Hari, Murugan, Khushi and Jaya. I think this is a good question. I think this question can come in CAT. So try to solve it. Not a difficult question, but a standard question. Atulith is saying, sir, what to do if mock scores are stuck in 70%, 70 marks? Basically, you have to divide it mock by section by section. You have to figure out what you have to do to get, say, one question correct in quant, one extra question correct in verbal, and one extra question in LRDA. You have to figure out what are the things that you're doing. There will definitely be low hanging fruits. You have to figure out if you're selecting the right sets in LRDA. Are you struggling under pressure? Are you selecting the right sets at the start? Are you making good use of the theta questions? All of these things you have to consider in LRDA. In quant, you have to figure out, are you making use of the easy questions? Are you attempting enough? Is it possible that on some of the questions you're spending too much time? Are you wasting so much time? So you have to figure out all the mistakes that you're making. In verbal, again, like I mentioned earlier, you have to figure out if you're attempting all the 24 questions or not. Because attempting all the 24 questions is definitely such a simple strategy, a logical strategy that I am astounded that many people just attempt 15 or 16 questions. To put it another way, it is extremely difficult for you to get into a top institute if you're attempting 15 questions in verbal. If that is your strategy, if you feel that, okay, I want to score very high or I want to score decently high in verbal, I don't need to score 99 percentile, I want to score, say, 95 percentile in verbal, okay, and you are attempting 15 questions in verbal, I would say that's such a bad strategy. So very clearly you have to attempt more. So these are the things that you have to figure out. Now going from 70 to 100, you have to look at it step by step. You have to ask yourself, can I get 5 more marks in verbal? Can I get 5 more marks in quant? Can I try to get, like, say, 2-3 more questions correct in LRDA? It is possible that you might not be able to get an extra set correct immediately. But is it possible that, say, if you're getting 2 sets correct, can you get 2 sets correct within just, say, 30 minutes? So that you are left with 10 minutes, which might not be sufficient for you to answer the set correctly, the next set, but still you can tell yourself that I'm actually getting faster. Can you do those kind of things? Those are the things that would be needed for you to go from 70 to 80, from 80 to 90, and from 90 to 100. But at the end of the day, it will require you to optimize your strategy, your mock taking strategy, as well as solving a lot of questions. Okay, I think the time is up. Guys, we have 110 people watching the stream live. Please do like the stream. A shopkeeper marks up the prices of pens by a certain percent, okay? He then offers a discount of 25% on the mark price of pens. Consequently, on the sale of 100 pens, he makes a profit equal to the selling price of 20 pens. What would have been the profit percentage made by the shopkeeper if he had sold the pens at the mark price? So let us assume that the cost price of pens is C and the selling price is S and the mark price is M. Now what we are told is that if he is selling 100 pens, he makes a profit equal to the selling price of 20 pens. This would tell us that the selling price of 100 pens is 100S is equal to the cost price of 100 pens, which is 100C, plus profit, which is equal to 20S. What exactly are we doing? We are just using the formula that selling price is equal to cost price plus profit. In this particular case, for 100 pens, the selling price is 100S. The cost price is 100C. And the profit is given to us. The profit is equal to the selling price of 20 pens, which is 20S. This would tell us that 80S is equal to 100C, or the value of S is equal to 100 by 80C, which is equal to 1.25C. Now what are we told? We are told that this is the selling price after he offered a discount of 25% on the mark price. So this would tell us that selling price is 0.75 M. Therefore, this is basically because the discount is 25%, selling price has to be 75% of the mark price. Selling price is 1.25C, so 1.25C is equal to 0.75 M, or the value of M is equal to 1.25 divided by 0.75 C, which is equal to 5 by 3 C, which is equal to 1.667 C. So if he is selling the items at the mark price without giving any discount, the profit he would be making is 66.67%. Let me give a shout out to all the students who have done well in this question before going to the next question. The people who got this correct, and I would say this is actually a good question, is Atul, Tanmay, Yash, Vikas Chaudhary, Sudhanshu Saini, Khushi, Shubham, Sonima, Vaishnavi, Monica, Shruti, and Ayati Kumar. Let us go to the next question, guys. How many total questions are there? I think there are another 5 questions. Okay guys, time is up. Let us try to solve this question. Aruna purchases a certain number of apples for rupees 20 each. So number of apples, let us assume, is A. And certain number of mangoes for 25 rupees each. And let us assume that the number of mangoes is M. If she sells if she sells all the apples at 10% profit, the cost price is given, it is 20. So now she is selling the apples at 22. So the total money that she makes from apples is 22A, and all the mangoes at 20% loss. The cost price of mangoes is 25. If she is selling at a loss of 20%, the selling price of mangoes will be 25 into 0.8. This is equal to 20. So the total money that she makes from mangoes will be 20M. This is the total money that she makes in this transaction. She makes neither profit nor loss. Okay. So this would imply that the total cost of the apples is 20A plus the total cost of mangoes, because the cost price of mangoes is 25, will be 25M. This would tell us that 2A is equal to 5M. This is one equation in A and M. We are given another transaction. We are told that instead, if she sells the apples at 20% loss, the cost price of apples is rupees 20. If she is selling them at a loss of 20%, the apples are being sold at 20 into 0.8, which is equal to 16. So the total money that she makes from the apples will be 16A plus, and mangoes at 10% profit. The cost price of mangoes is 25. If mangoes are being sold at a profit of 10%, they're being sold at 27.5. So this is 27.5 M. This is equal to, what are we told? We are told that she makes a loss of 150. The cost price is 20A plus 25M. So this will be 20A plus 25M minus 150. You can simplify this. You are going to get that 4A minus 150 is equal to 2.5M. But we know that 2A is 5M. So 4A will be 10M. So 10M minus 150 is equal to 2.5M. Or the value of 7.5M is equal to 150. So the value of M is equal to 20. So the number of mangoes that were bought is equal to 20. This would imply that the number of apples that were bought can be calculated. 5M will be 100, so A will be equal to 50. What are we asked to calculate? We are asked to calculate the number of apples purchased by Aruna. The number of apples purchased is equal to 50. So the answer for this question is 50. Let me give a shout out to everybody who got this question correct and then go to the next question. Sonima Dwivedi, Ati Kumar, Swati, Vikas Chaudhary, Vibhor Gharwal, Adarsh Tiwari, Yash Darji, Piyush, Khushi, Atul, Shubham, Maulik, Meenal, Atreya Dasgupta and Jayavardhani. Well done guys. Let us look at the next question. Before we do that, please do check out our subreddit. There is a subreddit called the our cat study room. This is a subreddit which has more than 15,000 people, I think approximately, and a lot of students actually prepare here on it. We are trying to make it as useful as possible. I also conduct a lot of Ask Me Anythings on this regularly. Definitely do check it out. We are trying to post motivating quotes because I feel that just being pessimistic or negative on any subreddit is not good. So we are trying to create a group of people or a community where we can actually motivate students to prepare better. So definitely do check out the Cat Study Room subreddit. It is moderated by us, and we try to ensure that there is free discussion about everything related to cat, and are also trying to motivate students. Let us now look at the next question. Yeah, this is again a question from, I think, previous year's IFT. This is a very lengthy question. Still, I would say it is something that I found to be useful. Piyush is saying, sir, even from easy topics like percentages, why are the difficult questions in mocks? It is demotivating. I know there are some questions that are difficult, but what I try to do is try to mimic the actual examination, and I would recommend you to not be demotivated by mock scores. Being demotivated by mock scores is not useful for you in the long run. You have to look at it as a process. You have to take mocks, analyze mocks, try to improve. That's it. You should not get emotionally attached to any of the mock score, even if it is good or bad. You have to just focus on what you should do to ensure that you're performing better in mocks. What should you do to ensure that you're calmer, to ensure that your aptitude is better, to ensure that your concepts are clear, your accuracy is good, your attempt rate is higher. You have to keep thinking obsessively about these kind of things. You should not be overtly attached to any particular mock score, whether you have done well or you're not done well. Because think about it this way, okay? Suppose you performed very poorly in a mock. Would you remember that mock score after say 3 weeks? In these 3 weeks, suppose you have taken 3 mocks, okay? This mock score you will forget, you won't even remember. Even if you have scored very highly, suppose you scored some mock in which you scored 99 percentile. Would that mock score matter at all 3 months from now? It won't. Your life would have changed. You would be in a different place. You would be, if you've done well in CAT, you'll be performing, you'll be preparing for the interviews. If you have not done well in CAT, maybe you'll be doing something else. This mock score is a very temporary thing. It won't matter. So you have to look at it like that. But you have to try to focus on improving it. You have to believe in that process. Okay, the time is up. Let us try to answer this question, guys. In this question, we are told that the cost of setting a factory is 1200 rupees. Cost of running it is 125 per 100 bags. Cost of making a bag, the raw materials is given as 80 paise per bag. The bags are sold at 3.25 each. 900 bags were made, but only 785 bags were sold. Other companies advertise on both sides of the bag. What is the approximate sum that should be obtained from advertisements being printed on the bags to give a profit of 12%? So we have to calculate the total cost price. The total cost price is equal to the cost of setting up the factory, which is 1200, plus they manufactured 900 bags. So it is 900 into, there was some cost of making, which is 125 per 105 bags. And what is the raw material cost? It is 900 into, I think, 80 paise. So this will be, this is the total cost price, which is 1200. This is 900, I think it is 125 per 125 per 105 bags. So this is 105. 105 is 7 into 15, 900 is 60 into 15. So this is plus 60 into 125. 60 into 125 is 7500 by 7 plus 720. So the total cost price is 1920 plus 7500 by 7. What we are told is that the profit percentage has to be 12%. So if the profit percentage is 12%, the total revenue that they make, the total selling price, will be 1.12 into the total cost price, which is 1.12 into 1920 plus 750 by 7500 by 7. Now 112 is 16 into 7. So this is basically equal to 1920 into 1.12 plus 75 into 16. Because 112 divided by 7 is 16. What is 75 into 16? 75 into 4 is 300. So 75 into 16 is 1200. So this is plus 1200. And 1920 into, this is 192 into 11.2. You would have a calculator in the examination, so you should be able to solve it quickly. I don't have it, but I can try to figure it out. 192 into 11 is 1920 plus 192, which is equal to, this is 2, 1. This will be 1. So if I make a mistake, let me know. This is 1 and this is 2. This is 192 into 11. Now 192 into 0.2 is 38.4. So the total is, this is 0.4, this is 0, 1, 5, 1. So this is 2150, 0.4 plus 1200. This is equal to 3350.4. This is the money that they have to make. Now what is the money that they made? I think it is 3.85, right? What is the selling price per bag? The selling price per bag is 3.25 per bag. And how many bags did they sell? They sold 785. So basically the money that they make is 785 into 3.25. This is the money that they already made. Now this is tough. I don't know how to simplify it. But again, I'll try. What is 785 into 3.85? This is 785. I think you have to just use a calculator. This is 785, right? 785 to 3.25. Okay, 3.25 is easier to calculate. 3.25 is easier to calculate because I can write this as 6.5 divided by 2, which is basically 13 divided by 4. And 785 into 13 can be calculated, or basically I'll just write 785 as, all of this is unnecessary if you have a calculator, but just for fun I'm trying to solve it. This will be 785 divided by 4 is 196 into 13 plus, this is 784 plus 13 by 4. If I'm wrong, correct me somewhere. So this is 1960 plus 196 into 3 will be 588. Yeah. This is 8, this is 4, this is 1, this is 5, and this is 2 plus 3.25. So the total money that they already made is 22551.25. So the money that they have to get from the advertising has to be the difference of these two, which is 0.15, and this is 9 and 9 and 7. So this is 799.15, which I think is one of the options, which is 799. So let me give a shout out to the students who got this correct, and after that we'll go to the next question. The people who got this correct are Sonima Dwivedi, Adarsh Tiwari, Vikas Chaudhary, Harsh Raj, Ayama Dashing, Tanmay Garg, and Shubham Agarwal. The next question Sayali will solve. I'll just start it and then go.
Guys, we have interest question here. For all interest questions, remember to use the calculator as much as possible because there's no point in manually calculating this. Okay, guys, I hope I didn't. Yeah, I started the timer. Come on, guys. This is not a difficult question, just a bit calculation intensive. Not very calculation intensive, also. How many questions left? There are 3 more questions. That's it. So I'm getting some answers. Come on, guys. We have 45 seconds left. Everyone can answer this. This is like our bread and butter questions. No interest questions, profit and loss. So I want every one of you to answer it. Okay, most of you got it right. First one to get it right is Yash. Yash, you got it right. Harsh, Adarsh, you got it slightly wrong. I think you made a silly mistake in it. That's okay. Just take a look at what you made, what mistake you made. Tanmay, Paridhi, Vikas, Sonima, all of you got it right. Very well done, those who got it right. Those who didn't get it right, it's fine. We'll learn how to do it so that you get this in the actual exam. So let's take a look at the question. Kushal borrowed 82,000 rupees from HSBC under a unique repayment scheme. He plans to repay the loan over 2 years, with the payment at the end of the second year being 3 times the amount paid at the end of the first year. Given that the interest rate is 10% compounded annually, calculate the total interest paid over the 2 years. So how do we solve this kind of question? I always draw it out. I show the installments. So he gets 82,000 now. He is going to give back at the end of 1 year, he is going to give back X, and at the end of 2 years, he is going to give back 3X. The first installment is 1/3 of the second installment. Okay, so this is the information given. The rate of compounding is 10%. Here, basically, you can compare. see, the thing that you have to remember is that when it comes to installments and these things like this, there is a time value to money. What is the time value to money? If I was considering the present value of all of these things, for 82,000, the present value would remain 82,000. For the others, I would have to divide by the rate of compounding. So X I would divide, since it is 1 year away and rate of compounding is 10%, I divide it by 1 plus 10% raised to 1. And for 3x, since it is 2 years away, I would, because it is 2 years, I would say 1 plus 10% square. This is, if I was comparing present value, this is the equation that I would write. But I hate writing things in the denominator, so I never really compare present value. What I generally compare is the future value. If I was going to compare the future value of 82,000, how much would I get? This is the value 2 years down the line. I am comparing future value of all the investment. At 2 years down the line, how much would have 82,000 become equal to? If I was not giving you the loan, I would go and put it in an FD at 10%. I would get some interest at 10% as such. So I would not give it to Kushal, I would give it to somebody else, and I would get 10% per annum compounded over 2 years. So what would be that future value? So future value of this 82,000 would be, in 2 years, it would be into 1 plus 10% square. So this is 1.1 square. This should be equal to this value of X, which compounds for 1 year. So this is X into 1.1, because 10% is basically 1 plus 10% is 1.1, plus 3x, since it is at that point only, at this point of end of 2 years only, 3x will be equal to 3x. It doesn't have any time to compound also. So this is if I'm comparing future values. I generally prefer comparing future values. I don't have anything in the denominator in that case. So now I will say that future value of this 82,000 has to be the future value of all the individual installments. So when I equate this, what do I get? So 82,000 into 1.1 square, I write this as 1.21, is equal to 1.1x plus 3x, so that becomes 4.1x. I will divide this by 4.1x, this is equal to this divided by 4.1. Okay, so x is equal to 82,000 divided by 4.1 into 1.21. This is 20,000 as such. 82,000 divided by 4.1 is 20,000. So 20,000 into 1.21 would be how much? This would be 242 and 00. So the installment would be how much? It would be, this value is 24200, and the second installment would be 3 times this. So this would be 72600. In all total, how much am I taking? I am taking 82,000. How much am I paying back? I am paying back this plus this. So I am paying back 96,800. I am taking 82,000. I am paying back 96,800. How much is the interest then? Difference of this is the interest, which is 14,800. So the correct answer is option E, 14,800. Didn't need a calculator for this because they luckily gave us something which was divisible by 4.1. So we didn't need a calculator. In general, always remember, when you have installments, you have to either compare present value of installments with the amount that is taken, or the future value of the amount that is taken with the future value of all the installments combined. So I am considering future value of this 82,000 2 years down the line with future value of this X installment 1 year down the line plus this 3X 2 years down the line. So when I compare the future values of both sides, I get the final future value. Once I have the value of each installment, I consider the total amount paid in installments, then I get the interest. Okay. Okay, thank you, Dilip. Good that you liked. Okay, explain once again. See, how do you actually calculate installments? Okay, always say that this is the principal taken, P. Okay, these are the installments, I1, I2, I3 and I4. These are the installments. So always remember, in installments, you have to consider either the present value of all the installments, divide them by the rate of compounding, or I hate things in the denominator. I always consider that suppose that it has to be paid back in say 4 year in installments I1, I2, I3, I4, then the future value of both this principal in 4 years as well as the value of the installments in 4 years, that future value has to be equal. So suppose the rate of compounding is say R%. So this principal at R%, what would be the future value? It would be P principal times 1 plus R% raised to 4. What is the value of this installment? Now this is not at the start of this 1 year. It is taking how many years of compounding? 1, 2, 3. So this I1 will compound for 3 years. So this will be I1 into 1 plus R% cube. I2, how many years is I2 compounding for? 2 years. So I'll say this is I2 1 plus R% square. I3 is just compounding for 1 year. So this I'll say that I3 into 1 plus R%. On the other hand, I4 is just then at that point only. So it has not had any time to compound. So I'll say this is directly I4. This is basically the idea of installments. This is how you calculate how much installment you have to pay. Now over here we had unequal installments. Here also I have assumed that there is I1, I2, I3, I4, whatever. Here we have 2 installments. The relationship between the installments is given. We form the same future value equation. Future value of 82,000. Future value of this first installment versus the second installment. Add it up together, you get the value of the installment. Consider all the installments together. Together you're going to pay 96,800. You borrowed 82,000. The interest is the difference between the two, which is 14,800. Okay. Okay. If it was simple interest, then we would account for time value of money. No, because essentially in that case there is no compounding taking place. So because of that, if no compounding is taking place, then installment doesn't have any sense in simple interest. The whole point of simple, the installment comes because the installment also earns value. Because the installment is earning value, otherwise what you would just do if it was simple interest, you would just consider whatever is the, if I say n installments with simple interest, right? So I'll consider what is the total principal plus interest over like say n years divided by n installments. Each installment will be equal because of that. Because the installment does not itself accumulate any interest. Because its interest is not considered, we just say equally distribute kar do. So simple interest mein installments doesn't make much sense. Okay. So let's go to the next question. This is a lengthy question, not a difficult one. I want all of you to solve it. Yeah, no need for installment. You're just losing money by paying in installments. But if it is given, it is simple interest. Okay, say it is you have taken 100,000, 1 lakh, and it is 10% interest, and you are giving in 4 equal installments. So 100,000, 4 years will be basically 40,000 would be the total interest. So the total amount you have to return is say 140k. If you are giving 4 equal installments, divide 140k divided by 4, that is 35,000. So each installment will be 35,000. Here you have to remember the interest does not compound. So the interest does not earn interest. Neither does your installment. So because of that, everything is just simple divide by 4. So that's what you have to remember. Simple interest may it's just simple division. You don't have to consider anything in installments when it comes to simple interest. Okay, only 44 seconds left. I haven't gotten an answer. Come on, guys. You can do this. You can give the answer. Okay, time is up and I haven't gotten the right answer yet. Yes, good effort, good try, but I haven't gotten the right answer yet. I think this is a lengthy question, maybe 2.5 minutes was less for it. I'll give you 30 more seconds, try to answer this, then I will answer the question. That's okay, Darshit. People get tired. It's human condition. But the whole thing is that you should beat your peers at it. They are also human. You should remember that you should be less tired than your opponents. The only way to do it is that you build your stamina. And how do you build your stamina? You solve questions. If you solve questions for an extended period, you will be less tired than your peer. And if you're less tired than your peers, then you will score better than them. That's all you have to do. You don't have to get 100% questions right. You just have to outscore your peers. Okay, so some people have managed. B, Vikas is the first one to get the right answer. Ayama, also very well done. Sonima, also very well done. B is the correct answer. So let's get to the question, how to solve this question. Anandita invests a total of 1 lakh rupees distributed across the schemes A, B and C for a period of 2 years. These schemes offer an interest of 10%, 8% and 12% per annum respectively, each compounded annually. If the initial investment amount in scheme A is 30,000 rupees and the total interest earned from all schemes during the first year is 10,600 rupees, then the total interest earned in rupees from all 3 schemes for the second year is, so we have A, B and C. For A, we know that it is 30k. Say for B, it is say X. And for C is the remaining. So remaining is 70,000. So say this is 70k minus X. This rate of interest is how much? 10%. This rate of interest is how much? 8%. This rate of interest is how much? 12%. This is compounded annually. In 1 year, it doesn't matter whether it is simple interest or compound interest, right? Because it is compounded annually. The total interest from all 3 schemes at the end of first year is 10,600. So 10% of this is 3,000. 8% of this is 0.08x. 12% of this would be how much? 8400 minus 0.12x. This sum, I'm just taking simple interest because it doesn't matter in the first year if it is compounded annually, it doesn't matter whether it is simple interest or compound interest. This sum is equal to how much? This sum is equal to 10,600. So how much is x in that case? This is 3,008, this is 11,400 minus 0.04x. This is 10,600. So how much is this? So 0.04x is equal to 800, which should mean that x is equal to how much? 800 divided by 0.04. So this is 80,000 by 4, which is equal to 20,000. Which I get that, which means that B he puts 20,000 and C would be 70 minus 20,000, which is 50,000. Now you are asked, what is the interest earned from all 3 schemes in the second year? So here, what would be the interest earned in second year? So I could basically add each of those values and say that, okay, this is after 1 year would be this much, after 1 year would be this much, and again multiply by 0.8% and get it. Or I can just multiply the original values by these squares of the amounts, get the total amount minus the principal of 1 lakh and I'll get the final answer. So I can say over 2 years, after the end of 2 years, the amount would be, this is 30k into 1.1 square, this is 20k into 1.08 square, this is 50k into 1.12 square. This is basically where you should whip out your calculator because there's no point calculating this. So this would be how much? 1.21 into 30 would be 336.3. Can someone quickly tell me what is 1.08 square in calculator and multiply that by 20? So this would be how much? 1.08 square, if I multiply. This is 64, 864, 108, 11664 multiplied by 20. This is 12, 28, 128, 3, 1, so 3, 2, 3, 3, 8. So this would be 23.328, and this last one would be 1.12 into 1.12 into 1.12. Can you tell me what is 1.12 square? This you should do on calculator. Don't waste time like me. I don't have access to calculator right now, otherwise I would do it. So this is 224 plus 112 plus 112. You would get the answer 44521 multiplied by 50. So this would be 625 plus 220. 625 plus 226 20. So 62720. So this is 62.720. Add those all up and you will get the final answer. Minus 1 lakh and you will get the final answer, which is then the total interest earned in from all the scheme for the second year is. Also remember, when you are considering what is the interest earned in the second year, you have to remove the interest earned in the first year also. If you didn't remove the interest earned in the first year, then you would have gotten a value which is higher than the values given over here. So if I add them all these up, what do I get? 62.72. So 62720, 23328, 36300. So this is 48, 16, 13, 11, 12. 5, 11, 12. So this is 1, 2, 2, 3, 4, 8. I understand why people made a mistake where they chose C, where they directly deducted 1 lakh from it. But that would be the total. 2, 2, 3, 4, 8 would be the total interest earned over 2 years. But they are asking us what is the interest earned in the second year, for the second year. So from that you have to also deduct the 10,600. So from this I will remove 10,600 also. Then I will get the correct answer. So this is 48, this is 1, this is 7, this is 11748, which is option B. This is kind of sneaky, and I think the person who selected option C might have solved everything properly and just did not read the last part of the question correctly and made a mistake. So this is a kind of a gotcha question, but it is also a reminder to always see the question, particularly the part where what is asked very clearly. Because you would have spent like 3-4 minutes doing this and then you would have made a mistake at the very end. So yes, Vadvana, I think you put C, and I think you might have made that mistake, but otherwise well done. Okay guys, one thing that I will tell you that for those who are looking to start their preparation and start taking mocks, if you have not started taking mocks, one thing that is necessary is that apart from the 10 mocks or 15 mocks that you're going to take, please do take the previous year's paper. I would always recommend taking the previous year's papers in the mock format because that is the most effective thing that you can do. That is the best way you can prepare for CAT. Make sure all of you have taken all the previous, at least last 3 years, all 3 slots. That's 9 tests as mocks, because that is like super important that you are very, very clear with those questions. Okay, we'll solve one last question and we'll end for today. Okay. So let's end on a high note. I want all of you guys to solve this question. What's my LRDI strategy? Basically in LRDI, I try to look for sets that I'm very good at. So I'm good at arrangements, puzzles, and also I'm fairly good at charts also. I'll try to look for those. Apart from that, there are certain sets where I know that I'm not great at them, particularly enumeration puzzles or games and tournaments, because in enumeration puzzles, I end up missing out on cases under time pressure or under exam pressure. I forget one particular case. So whenever I feel that, okay, I have to enumerate cases, I try to avoid those sets. I try to select sets which seem are not very lengthy and aligned with my areas of strength, and I avoid sets which have my areas of weaknesses, which are enumeration cases. Because sometimes in enumeration of cases, I miss one case. And that happens when I'm enumerating cases under timer pressure or like exam pressure. I'll miss one case and the entire set becomes wrong. So I avoid those and I try to do everything else. Okay. Ma'am, earlier I didn't start the timer. But all of you guys, I'll give one less time. This is an easy question. Try to solve this one. Okay. Earlier, I was good in quant and DILR, so I focused more on VRC, but now I give my mocks, my VRC score increased significantly, but getting very less in DILR. Pratham, then focus on DILR. If DILR is the problem area, focus on it. See, always don't ignore completely because you have to take mocks regularly, right? So that would also be a sign that you're taking or doing some questions. If you do the CAT daily target regularly and mocks regularly, so all three sections, none of the sections will be completely ignored. What I would suggest is start doing a lot of sectionals for DILR because sectionals for DILR are very, very effective in getting like crunch practice in that time crunch practice. All of that is super effective with DILR. So do a lot of sectionals. Also solve a lot of questions from the study room because the more sets you solve, the better you're going to get at DILR. If DILR was good earlier, you have the innate ability. You just need to brush up a bit more. You just need to practice that skill a bit more. Okay, Aditya, we'll try to do it on Sundays, but I can't be sure because everybody else has to work. I have no problem working on Sundays, but if I am doing on Sundays, then everybody else in the office also has to work then. So that's the only issue, but otherwise we'll try to do it on Sundays. Okay, a lot of people have answered the question as 6400. What did you guys get? Anybody got anything else? Okay. So Vikas got it first with A, so very well done. But let's take a look at how to solve this question. Bhavani invested an amount of 13,900 in two different schemes, A and B at simple interest rate of 14% per annum and 11% per annum respectively. If the total amount of simple interest earned in the 2 years is rupees 3508, what was the amount invested in scheme B? This is fairly simple, right? You assume that you put X and in B it is 13,900 minus X. A is at a simple interest of what? It is at 14% simple interest. B is at 11% simple interest. What would be the interest in A? 14% of X for 2 years. So at the end of 2 years, this will be how much? This will be 0.28X. How much would be this at the end of 2 years? This is basically 0.11 into 2 into 13,900 minus X. So this is how much? This is 0.22 into 13,900 minus X. So I would say this is 139 into 22. This is how much? 1872 plus 278, 815, 3058. So this is 3058 minus 0.22x. So 0.28x plus this is equal to how much? This is how much? This is 3508. So 3508, 3058 kind of this. So this is 0.06 is how much? This is divided. So 2 would be 60, 42. So 442. So 0.06x is equal to how much? This is equal to, no wait, did I make a mistake over here somewhere? This is 0.28x, 0.22 into this per annum. Total amount of simple interest in 2 years would be 3508. Did I make a mistake in multiplying? Because I am not getting an installment value which is like X, which is a nice value. So might have made some mistake. What was the amount invested? Did I make a mistake in this? Can we use allegation? I also thought of that. So I was also wondering if I could do that. But because it is 2 years, it became slightly difficult to do it. But I'll also try again with allegation. I was not getting a good enough number with that. So I didn't try. 278, 815, 3058. Okay, 0.06x. So this would be how much? This is 440. 440. Why don't I do this? 3508. So 350, 450. Silly me. Okay. So this is 450. and 450, so x is equal to how much? I made a mistake in subtraction. 450 divided by 0.06. So how much would this value be? So I'd say this is 6 and into 100. 450 divided by this is 2 times, this is 150. So this is 75, this is 7500. Now we are asked what was the amount invested in scheme B. I got scheme A is 7500. So scheme B will be 13900 minus 7500. 13,900 minus 7500 would be how much? This would be 6400. So what is the amount invested in scheme B? It is option A, 6400. It is not a difficult question as such, but essentially you have to be this just calculation intensive. This is the case for most of these algebra interest questions, is that you just have to calculate things. If you calculate, you will get the right answer. Yeah, sorry, thanks for finding the error. 450 and not 442. As it is simple interest, the interest will be same for each year, right? Yeah, it doesn't matter. Basically, the thing is that the simple interest earned over 2 years. You want me to try using allegation? Okay, let me try using allegation also. So over simple interest earned over 2 years will be 3508. So over 1 year would be how much? This is 14%. This is 11%. And you have over 1 year it is Okay. Is this working? I think that one lost its battery after 4 hours. I think, is this working? Just let me know if the audio is coming. Not audible. Yes. Okay. Fine. Okay. So I'll just, this was the last question. I'll just explain the audible, the allegation method. I hope, okay. Okay, it's audible right now. Okay, sorry about that. It just lost battery after 4 hours. Sorry about that. Okay. So I'll just mention what the allegation method is. See, the idea is that I'll just explain the allegation method, how we came about it. So somebody asked that why not solve this using allegation? And with allegation also you can do it. So the idea is that find out what is the blended interest rate. Once you know the blended interest rate, you will get the proportion in which the individual interest rate has to be there. So the blended interest rate, we found that, okay, he is earning 1754 per annum. So 1754 per annum as a percentage of 1390, how much is it? It is not a proper fraction, it is 12.6 or something like that it is coming. So because of that, you can use a calculator. What is 1754 divided by 139? Somebody said it is 12.6, but I remember it is not a clean fraction because I think this 139 is a prime number. So because of that, we will not get a proper fraction also. So what we are seeing is that, say this 1754 by 139 is the interest rate, okay? This is the desired blended interest rate. The two inputs that are going is 14 and 11. If the inputs are 14 and 11, in what ratio should the inputs be such that the blended rate is this monstrosity that is there? So over here I say that, okay, this 1754 divided by 139 minus 11, this would be this value 225 by 139. And 14 minus 1754 by 139, it is 192. So the ratio of the two rates or A is to B ratio such that we get this blended rate is 2 to 5, this fraction by this fraction. But the denominator cancels off. So the fraction is essentially 2 to 5 is to 192. 2 to 5 is to 192 if you divide by 3 on both sides is 75 is to 64. So the two investment should be in the 75 is to 64 ratio. But 75 plus 64 is 139, which is basically the amount we have, 139,000, right? So the first has to be 75,000, the second has to be 6,400. Okay, I hope this is understood now. Approx using allegation, I got 6440 and not 6400. That is because see, somebody told me it is 12.66 something, no, but it is not exact 12.66. Why? Because this is a prime number. So that's why I also, when I was solving this, I tried, can I do this by allegation? Because generally allegation saves time. But because this is a messy fraction as such, I stopped at that point of time because this is just more work. This was simpler. So because of that, whenever you see that, okay, allegation is not giving me an elegant value for the blended value, stop there because it is just more work that you have to do. This was much faster without allegation because without allegation, you don't have to consider what is divided by 139 because divided by 139 is not going to give you a nice number. 139, I'm sure, 90% sure is a prime number. So there will definitely not be a clean division. Okay. Okay, when will the second part of geometry be uploaded? We'll try to upload it as soon as possible. Okay, so for the guys, this was the last question. If anybody is looking to take Cracku's course, we have a course batch which is starting on Monday. Do check out our batches. We are going to have a batch starting tomorrow. It's a crash course. It's a 55-day course. It will have entire syllabus coverage, one-on-one mentorship, daily live classes, access to very high quality mocks and sectionals, a complete question bank of 22,000 questions. It would be the right way to start your preparation. It would be the right way to make the best use of the 55 days that are remaining. So do check out Cracku's batch, which is starting tomorrow. So thank you guys. It was fun having all of you today. And I hope that you continue practicing like this, solving questions like this. We will definitely make a lot of progress if you guys do this consistently.